Chapter 1. Maigret was playing in a ray of March sunshine that was still a little chilly. He wasn't playing with blocks, like when he was a child, but with pipes. There were always 5 or 6 on his desk, and each time he filled one. He chose it carefully according to his mood. His eyes were unfocused, his shoulders hunched. He had just decided on the rest of his career. He regretted nothing, but he retained a certain melancholy, mechanically, with the utmost seriousness. He arranged the pipes on his blotting paper so as to trace more or less geometric shapes, or to resemble this or that animal. On the desk, to the right, the morning mail was piled up, and he had no desire to deal with it. Arriving at the PJ a little before 9 o'clock, he found a summons from the police prefect, which was rare, and he went to Boulevard du Palais, wondering what it meant. The prefect received him immediately, cordial and smiling. "Can't you guess why I wanted to see you?" "I confess I don't." "Sit down. Light your pipe." The prefect was young, barely 40, and had graduated from a prestigious university. He was elegant, perhaps a little too elegant. "You are aware that the director of the PJ is retiring next month after 12 years in the post. I discussed his succession with the Minister of the Interior yesterday, and we agreed to offer you this responsibility." The prefect was no doubt expecting a look of joy on his interlocutor's face. Maigret, on the contrary, had grown somber. "Is that an order?" he asked, almost grumpily. "No, of course not. But you must realize that this is an important promotion, the most important a PJ officer can hope for." "I know. However, I would prefer to remain head of the Criminal Investigation Department. I ask you not to take my answer the wrong way. I've been an active police officer for 40 years. It would be painful for me to spend my days in an office, studying files and dealing with more or less administrative matters." The prefect didn't hide his surprise. "Don't you think you should take the time to think and give me your answer in a few days? Perhaps you could also consult Madame Maigret. She would understand me. I understand you too, and I don't want to dwell on it." There was still a certain disappointment on his face. He understood without understanding. Maigret needed the contacts his investigations provided, and he had often been criticized for not directing them from his office, but for actively participating in them, performing tasks usually reserved for inspectors. He played his mind blank. The pipes, in their latest arrangement, were reminiscent of a stork. The window shimmered with sunlight. The prefect had escorted him to the door and shaken his hand amicably. Maigret nevertheless knew that people in high places would resent him. He slowly lit one of his pipes and smoked in small puffs. In a few minutes, he had decided on a future that wasn't very long, since in 3 years he would be retired at least, damn it. Let him spend those 3 years as he pleased. He needed to escape his office, to breathe the air of the times, to discover different worlds with each new investigation. He needed the bistros where he so often waited, at the bar, drinking a beer or a calvados, depending on the circumstances. In his office, he needed to patiently struggle with a suspect who wouldn't say anything, and sometimes, after hours, extract a dramatic confession. He felt smeared. He was afraid that, after some thought, he would be forced, one way or another, to accept this appointment, but he didn't want it at any price, even though it was a kind of marshal's baton. He stared at the pipes, which he sometimes rearranged, like pieces in a chess game.
He jumped when he heard a discreet knock at the door that connected his office to the inspector's. Without waiting for a reply, Lapointe entered. "I beg your pardon for disturbing you. Boss, you're not disturbing me at all." It had been almost 10 years since Lapointe had joined the PJ, and we had gotten into the habit of calling him Little Lapointe. He was long and thin at that time. Since then, he had put on a bit more weight. He had gotten married. He had 2 children. He had nonetheless remained Little Lapointe, and some added Maigret's pet. "I have a woman in my office who insists on seeing you personally. She won't tell me anything. She remains upright in her chair, motionless, and determined to win the game. It happened frequently. People, because of the newspaper articles, insisted on seeing him in person. And it was often difficult to get them to change their minds. Some even, who had somehow obtained his home address, would ring the bell on Boulevard Richard Lenoir. Did she give you her name? Here's her card. Madame Sabine Levesque, 207, Bis Boulevard Saint-Germain."
"She seems strange to me," Lapointe was saying. "She has a fixed gaze and a sort of nervous tic that lowers the right corner of her lips. She hasn't taken off her gloves, but you can see that her fingers keep tensing up. Show her in and stay here. Take your shorthand pad, just in case. Maigret looked at his pipes and sighed regretfully. Recess was over. When the woman came in, he stood up. Please sit down. Madam. She was staring at him. You're Commissioner Maigret, aren't you? Yes. I thought you were fatter. She was wearing a fur coat and a matching hat. Was it mink Maigret didn't know? Because the wife of a chief superintendent usually made do with rabbit or, at best, muskrat or nutria. Mrs. Sabin Levesque's gaze slowly circled the office as if taking inventory. When Lapointe sat down at the end of the desk with his pad and pencil, she asked, "Is this young man going to stay here?" "Yes, of course." "Is he going to take notes of our conversation?" "That's the rule." Her brow darkened and her fingers tightened around her crocodile handbag. "I thought I could have a confidential interview with you." Maigret didn't reply. He watched his client and, like Lapointe, he found her rather odd. Sometimes her gaze was embarrassingly fixed, and sometimes she seemed absent-minded. "I assume you know who I am. I read your name on your card. Do you know who my husband is? No doubt he has the same name as you. He's one of the most important notaries in Paris. Always that tick, that corner of her lips that lowered with a quiver." She seemed to be having trouble keeping her composure. "Continue, please." "He's disappeared." "In that case, you shouldn't be talking to me. There's a special department that deals with missing persons." She gave a wry, mirthless smile and didn't bother to answer. It was difficult to give her an age. She couldn't have been more than 40, 45 at most, but her face was lined, with puffiness under her eyes. "Have you been drinking before coming?" Maigret suddenly asked. "Are you interested?" "Yes." "You were the one who insisted on seeing me, weren't you? You should expect questions you'll no doubt consider indiscreet. Imagined you to be different, more understanding. It's precisely because I'm trying to understand that I need to know certain things. I drank 2 glasses of cognac to give myself courage. Only 2. She looked at him without saying anything. "When did your husband disappear?" "Almost a month ago." "February 18th? This is March 21st. Did he announce his departure on a trip?" "He didn't say a word to me. And it's only now that you're reporting him missing I'm used to it." "To what?" "To him being away for several days." "How long has this been going on?" "Years. It started shortly after we were married, 15 years ago. He doesn't give you any reason for these trips. I don't think he travels. I don't understand.
He stays in Paris or the surrounding area. How do you know? Because the first few times, I had a private detective follow him. I didn't continue because it was always the same thing. She spoke with some difficulty, and it wasn't just 2 glasses of cognac she'd drunk. It wasn't to give herself courage either, because her ravaged face and the difficulty she had maintaining her composure revealed that she got drunk frequently. I'm waiting for you to give me some details. My husband is like that. Like what? He's a man who gets carried away. He meets a woman he likes and feels the need to live with her for a few days. So far, his longest fling, if you can call it that, was 2 weeks. You're not going to tell me he picked them up on the street. Almost, usually in nightclubs. Did he go out alone? Always. He never took you with him. We haven't meant anything to each other for a long time. Yet you're worried. For him. Not for you. A sort of defiance hardens his eyes. No. You don't love him anymore. No. And him even less. You live together, though the apartment is big. We don't live at the same pace, and we don't often have the opportunity to see each other. Lapointe was writing in shorthand, his expression still astonished. Why did you come here? So you can find him. Have you never worried before? A month is a long time. He didn't take anything with him. Not even a small suitcase or a change of clothes. He didn't take one of the cars either. Do you own several cars? 2. The Bentley, which he uses most often, and the Fiat, which is more or less reserved for me. Do you drive the chauffeur, Vittorio? Drives me when I go out. Do you go out a lot? Almost every afternoon. To see friends. I don't have any friends. He had rarely met such a bitter and confusing woman. Do you go shopping? I hate shopping. Are you going for a walk in the Bois de Boulogne or somewhere else? I'm going to the movies every day, almost, when I'm not too tired. As with drug addicts, there came a time when she needed a boost, and that time had arrived. You could tell she would have given a lot for a glass of cognac, but the commissioner could hardly offer it. Although there was a bottle in his cupboard for certain cases that arose. He felt a little sorry for her. I'm trying to understand. Madame Sabine Levesque. She corrected, if you like. Has your husband always run away for more or less long periods? Never for a month. You've already told me that. I have a feeling. What feeling? I'm afraid something has happened to him. Do you have a reason for thinking that? No,
You don't need a reason to have a feeling. Your husband, according to you, is an important notary. Let's say his firm is important and has one of the finest clientele in Paris. How can he be absent periodically? Gerard is as unnotary as possible. He inherited the firm from his father, but he's mainly the head clerk who runs it. It seems to me you're tired. I am always tired. I am in poor health. And your husband, at 48, he's as fit as a young man. If I understand you correctly, it's in the cabarets that we might find him. I think so. Maigret was thoughtful. It seemed to him that his questions were misleading and that the answers he was getting were leading nowhere. For a moment, he wondered if he wasn't in the presence of a mad woman, or at least a neurotic. A number of them had passed through her office, and most of them had given her a hard time. The words she spoke seemed normal, plausible. At the same time, one had the impression of a gap between them and reality. Do you think he had a lot of money on him? As far as I know, he mostly used his checkbook. Have you spoken to the chief clerk about it? We don't speak. Why? Because my husband forbade me, about 3 years ago, from entering the office. Did he have a reason? I don't know. Are you on bad terms with the chief clerk, whom you must know? Le Cureur, that's his name, always looked at me askance. He was already in the office when your father-in-law died. He entered at the age of 22. Perhaps he knows more about your husband's whereabouts. It's possible. But if I were to question him, he wouldn't tell me anything. Still, that tic, which was starting to annoy Maigret more and more. He felt that this interrogation was torture for his visitor. So, why had she come? Under what regime are you married? Under separation of property. Do you have a personal fortune? No. Does your husband give you all the money you need? Yes. Money doesn't matter to him. I can't swear to it. But I think he's very rich. Maigret asked his questions in no particular order. He searched everywhere, and so far, he hadn't found anything. Listen, you're tired. That's understandable. If you don't mind, I'll come see you at your place this afternoon. As you wish. She hadn't gotten up yet, continuing to fiddle with her purse. What do you think of me? She finally asked in a quieter voice. I'm not thinking anything yet. You find me complicated, don't you? Not necessarily. In high school, my classmates found me complicated, and I hardly ever had any friends. You're very intelligent, though. You think so? She smiled, accompanied by a quivering of her lips. It didn't help me. You've never been happy, never. I don't know what that word means. She pointed to Lapointe, who was still taking shorthand. Is it really necessary for this conversation to be recorded? It's difficult to speak freely when someone is taking shorthand. If you have something to tell me, we'll stop taking notes. Now I have nothing more to say. She stood up with some effort. Her shoulders were slumped, her back a little hunched, her chest sunken. Is it necessary for him to be with you this afternoon? Maigret hesitated, wanting to give her a chance. I'll come alone. What time? Any time that suits you best. I usually take a nap. Does 4 o'clock suit you? Very well. It's on the first floor, under the archway. Take the door on the right. She didn't offer him her hand. Very stiffly, she walked to the door as if afraid of falling. I thank you for seeing me anyway, she murmured under her breath. And, after a last glance at Maigret, she headed for the grand staircase. The two men stared at each other, as if each was delaying opening their mouths to question the other. The difference was that Lapointe seemed stunned, while the commissioner remained rather serious, albeit with a small, mischievous glint in his eyes. He went to open the window and filled a pipe. Choosing a rather large one, Lapointe could no longer resist. What do you think, boss? It was a question his colleagues rarely dared to ask him, because he usually responded with a now familiar grunt. I don't think so. Instead, he asked in turn about this missing husband thing, especially about her. Maigret lit his pipe, stood in front of the window, and, while contemplating the quays in the sunlight, sighed. She's a curious woman. Nothing else. He didn't try to analyze his impressions, much less to translate them into words. Lapointe understood that he was troubled and regretted having thoughtlessly asked his question. Maybe she's crazy, he murmured. However, and the commissioner looked at him heavily without a word. He stood by the window for a while, then asked, Will you have lunch with me? Gladly, boss. Especially since my wife is at her sister's in St. Cloud. Let's say in 15 minutes. Lapointe left,
picked up the telephone and asked for Boulevard Richard Lenoir. "Is that you?" His wife's voice came out before he could open his mouth. "It's me. I bet you're going to tell me you're not coming home for lunch. You win Brasserie Dauphine with La Pointe, a new case." It had been 3 weeks since he had completed his last major investigation, and this desire to have lunch at Place Dauphine essentially signaled his pleasure at returning to active duty. It was also a bit like thumbing his nose at the prefect and the Minister of the Interior, who had decided to lock him away in a sumptuous office. "Yes, I haven't read anything in the newspapers. The newspapers haven't mentioned it yet, and perhaps won't."
Bon appetit. All I had to offer you was some grilled herring. He stood there, thinking for a while, then picked up the phone, staring at the armchair where the visitor had sat. He thought he saw her again, with her nervousness, her bright eyes, and her tics. "Put me through to Maître de Maison, will you?" He knew he'd find him at home by now. "Here, Maigret, how are you? Do you have some poor murderer to defend?" "Not yet. I just need some information. Do you know a notary named Sabine Levesque on Boulevard Saint-Germain, Girard?" "I think so. We studied law together. What do you think? Is he running away again? You know about it. All his friends know about it from time to time. He gets carried away with a pretty woman and disappears for a night or a few days. He has a pronounced taste for what I would call semi-professionals, strippers, for example, or cabaret entertainers. Does this happen to him often? As far as I know, about 10 times a year. Is he a reputable notary? He inherited one of the finest clientele in Paris, almost the entire Faubourg Saint-Germain. Although he looks as little like a conventional notary as possible, he wears light-colored suits, sometimes large checked tweed jackets. He's a very cheerful, playful guy who takes life on the bright side, which doesn't stop him from managing the assets entrusted to him with exceptional flair. I know several of his clients, both male and female, who swear by him. Do you know his wife? A moment of hesitation. Yes. So, she's a strange person. I wouldn't want to live with her, and neither would Gerard, no doubt, since he sees her as little as possible. Does she ever go out with him? Not that I know of. Does she have friends? Not that I know of either. Any lovers?
I haven't heard any rumors about her. Most people think she's neurasthenic or crazy. She drinks heavily. I noticed. I've told you everything I know. It seems that the husband has been missing for a month, and no one has heard from him. It seems not. That's why. Worried. She came to see me this morning. Why you and not the missing persons office? That's what I pointed out to her. She didn't reply, usually, when he's away for several days. He stays in contact with his chief clerk, whose name I forget. Have you spoken to him? I'll probably see him this afternoon, a few minutes later. Maigret opened the door to the inspector's office and signaled to Lapointe. Lapointe rushed in with a certain awkwardness that he couldn't shake in Maigret's presence. He was his god. No need for an overcoat, murmured the commissioner. We'll only go 2 steps away.
That morning, he had only worn a mid-season overcoat, which was hanging on the peg. The cobblestones rumbled under his feet. It was good to be back in the atmosphere. The smells of cooking and alcohol, of the Brasserie Dauphine. There were several police officers at the bar, to whom Maigret waved. They went straight into the dining room, which was intimate and from which one could see the Seine flowing. The owner shook hands, a little pastis to greet spring. Maigret hesitated and finally said yes. Lapointe did the same, and the owner brought the glasses. An investigation, probably. Mind you, I'm not asking you anything. Here, it's discreet and tight-lipped. How about some sweetbreads with mushrooms? Maigret savored his pastis, for it had been a long time since he had had one. A few hors d'oeuvres were laid out in front of them. I wonder if she'll be more talkative this afternoon when I'm not here. I wonder that too. Bah. They ate quietly and accepted the almond cake prepared by the landlady, who came to serve it herself after wiping her hands on her apron. It was after 2 o'clock when the 2 men climbed the grand staircase of the PJ. We've modernized the premises, Maigret grumbled breathlessly. But they didn't think to install an elevator. He went into his office, lit a pipe, and began to go through his mail without attaching much importance to it. There were mostly administrative forms to fill out, reports to countersign. Time passed slowly. From time to time, he looked out the window and escaped the office in his mind for once. Spring was here. The air was clear, the sky pale blue, and the buds were already swollen. In a few days, the first tender green leaves would appear. I don't know when I'll be back, he announced at the inspector's door. He had decided to walk to Boulevard Saint-Germain, but he regretted it because the journey to 207 B's seemed long, and he mopped his brow, several times. The vast stone building, grayed by time, resembled most of the houses on the boulevard. He passed through a well-polished oak carriage entrance and entered the archway, at the end of which he could see a cobbled courtyard and former stables converted into garages. The notary's gilded sign was near the left door, and a copper plaque read Master G. Sabin Levesque Notary to the right of the opposite door. A man was watching him through the windows of the concierge's lodge. His morning visitor had told him the apartment was on the first floor. Another copper plaque on that side bore the words, Professor Arthur Rollin, Pediatrician, 3rd floor, by appointment only. He must have been an expensive doctor. The elevator was large, for only 1 floor. Maigret preferred the welcoming staircase, with its steps covered in soft carpet. On the 1st floor, he rang the bell. Almost immediately, the door was opened by a young and kind maid who took his hat. If you'd like to go in, madame, you'll wait. He found himself in a hall covered in wood paneling, like the grand salon he was shown into, where the walls were decorated with portraits of figures dating from the Empire to around 1900. He didn't sit down. The furniture was heavy, mostly in the Louis Philippe style, and while the overall impression was one of richness and comfort, it lacked any gaiety. Madame, you'll wait in her boudoir. I'll show you. They passed through 2 or 3 rooms, which Maigret didn't have time to pay attention to, and finally found themselves in a boudoir upholstered in blue silk, where the lady of the house was lying on a chaise longue. She was wearing a dressing gown, a darker blue than the walls, and was holding out a ring laden with rings to him. He wondered whether to shake it or kiss it, and finally touched it with his fingertips. Please sit down. I apologize for receiving you like this, but I don't feel well, and after our interview, I think I'll go back to bed. I'll try not to keep you long. What do you think of me? I told you this morning that you're a very intelligent person, in which you're wrong. I'm just following my instincts. Let me ask you a question first. Before you came to report your husband's disappearance, did you check with the chief clerk to make sure he hadn't heard from him? I called him several times during the month. The apartment and the study are connected by a special wire. I should tell you that the building, which belonged to my father-in-law, has become my husband's property. Mr. Lecureur. Is that his name? Hasn't Mr. Lecureur heard from him either? None. Did he hear from him the other times I didn't ask him? I think I told you we're not on very good terms. She hesitated. Can I offer you a cognac or something else you'd like? No, thank you. I'll have a cognac. You see, I'm not ashamed to drink in front of you. Everyone will tell you I'm an alcoholic, and it's true. They might also tell you I'm crazy. She pressed a bell, and a few moments later, a maitre d' appeared. Honoré, will you bring me the cognac and a glass? Just one, madame. Just one. Yes, Inspector Maigret doesn't feel the need to drink. There was something aggressive in this new attitude. She was defying him, and a smile painfully played on her loving lips. You and your husband shared a room. We did it for 3 months, give or take a few days, right after our wedding. This side of the large living room is my home. The other side is my husband's domain. Do you usually eat meals together? You've asked me before. It happens, but we don't live at the same times, and we don't have the same tastes. What do you do during the holidays? We have... Sorry. Gerard inherited a large villa above Cannes. That's where we go. He recently bought a motor yacht, and I see him even less than in Paris. Do you know of any enemies? No one that I know of, except me. Do you hate him? Not even. I don't hold it against him either. It's his character. Are you his heiress? The only one. Yeah. Is it a significant fortune which could tempt many women in my situation? It turns out, you see, that I'm not interested in money. I'd be happier living in a room on the 6th floor. Why don't you ask for a divorce? Out of laziness or indifference, there comes a time when you no longer want anything, when you do the same things every day without thinking. She picked up her glass with a trembling hand. To your health. She drained it completely. You see, I hear. I should be ashamed. Did your husband tell you that when I started drinking? Yes, years and years ago, and now he doesn't care. How would the news of his death affect you? Would it be a relief? Not even. He exists so little for me. Do you think anything bad has happened to him? I thought about it, and that's why I came to see you. What could have happened to him? He's in the habit of putting his friends in cabarets where you meet all sorts of people. Do you know any of these cabarets? 2 or 3 names from finding matchbooks advertising. For example, Puss in Boots, La Belle Hélène. Wait, Le Cric-Crac. Have you never been tempted to see for yourself? I am not curious. That's what I see. She poured herself a drink, and her lips trembled again. Her gaze had become dull, absent. Maigret had the impression that she was going to suddenly discover his presence and ask him what he was doing there.
In short, you're thinking a crime, and why not an illness? He's in excellent health. An accident. I heard about it in the newspapers. Did you call the hospitals yesterday? So, despite her appearances, she still had all her presence of mind. On the white marble mantelpiece, there was a photograph in a silver frame. Maigret stood up to take a closer look. It was Madame Sabon-Levet, much younger, a young woman, no doubt, in a studied pose. At that time, she was very pretty, with something childish in her facial expression. That was me. Yes, I've changed, haven't I? Was this photo taken before or after your wedding a few weeks later? It was Gerard who insisted that I be photographed by a famous photographer on Boulevard Haussmann. So he was in love, I don't know. He seemed. The case what? No. He ran away for 24 hours, and I didn't say anything. He told me he'd gone to see a client in the provinces. Then he started to take it easier. He didn't let me know anymore. He'd go out after dinner, and I never knew when he'd be back. What kind of man is he in private? Everyone will tell you he was a very cheerful boy who got along with everyone and was always ready to help. Some people find him a bit childish, and I have nothing to complain about. It seems I didn't know how to handle it, or he misjudged me. What do you mean? He thought I was different from what I am. What did you do before you met him? I was a secretary for a lawyer, Maître Bernard d'Argent, Rue de Rivoli. The 2 men knew each other. Gerard came to my boss's office several times, and one day he asked me out with him.
You were born in Paris, number in Quimper. Why do you think he was killed? Because that's the only explanation. Is your mother still alive? Yes. My father. His name was Louis Frassier, is dead. He was an accountant. My mother was born Countess Ochevka. Do you send her money? Of course. Money never mattered to Gerard. He gave me as much as I wanted without asking any questions. She drained her glass and raised a handkerchief to her lips. Would you allow me to visit the apartment? I'll accompany you. She got up from the chaise longue and walked cautiously to the door. Chapter 2. It reeked of great wealth. The great families of the last century and austerity. The apartment occupied the entire floor, and Madame Sabine Levesque, always unsteady on her feet, began by showing the area that was hers. After the boudoir, one discovered a very large bedroom whose walls were also hung in blue silk. It was apparently her favorite color. The bed was well defined, and she didn't worry about the intimacy it thus revealed. The furniture was white. There was an open bottle of cognac on the dresser. What is your first name? Maigret asked. Natalie. Probably to remind us of my Russian origin. The bathroom was made of blue-gray marble, both the walls and the floor, and like the bedroom, it was a mess. Next came a room surrounded by signs. Then what could have been called a small sitting room that doubled as the boudoir. This is where I take my meals when I'm not having lunch in the dining room. She had the indifferent air of a guide giving a tour of a museum. Now we enter the servant's domain. A vast room first, with glass signs full of silverware. Then a small dining room painted white. And finally, the kitchen with an old-fashioned stove and copper casserole dishes. An old woman was busy there, Marie Jalon, who was already here during my father-in-law's time. When did he die? 10 years ago. So you lived here with him for 5 years. Do you two get along well? I was completely indifferent to her. At that time, I ate my meals in the dining room, and I could count the number of times he spoke to me. What was his relationship with his son like? Gerard went down to the office at 9 o'clock. He had a room all to himself. I don't know exactly what he did there. Does he ever disappear? For 2 or 3 days, yes. Didn't his father say anything? He pretended not to notice. Maigret was discovering a whole world, an old-fashioned world, revolving around itself. Perhaps in the previous century, or at the beginning of the 20th century, there had been receptions, balls, in the two salons, for there were two of them, and the second was almost as large as the first. Walls everywhere were covered with wood paneling that had been joined together. Everywhere, too, were paintings from another era. Portraits of men with sideburns, their necks tucked into very high collars. You'd have thought that at some point life had stopped. Now we're entering my husband's house, a study with books bound to the ceiling, a walnut stepladder to reach the upper shelves, the desk at an angle near the window was furnished with a blotter and brown leather accessories. No clutter. Nothing indicated that anyone lived there. Is this where he hangs out in the evenings when he's home? I see he has a television. Me too. But I never watch it. Did you ever spend the evening in this room? The early days of our marriage? She articulated with a certain difficulty, and let the words fall as if they didn't matter. The corners of his lips drooped again, giving his face a bitter expression. His room, Maigret had had. It was time to make sure the desk drawers were locked. What could they contain? The entire apartment had very high ceilings, with very high windows, and darkening crimson velvet curtains. The bedroom walls were covered, not in wood, but in tan leather. The bed was a double bed. There were armchairs with slightly sagging seats. Did you sleep here? Sometimes. The first 3 months. Was that hatred expressed in her voice, her face? She continued the tour, always as if in a museum. His bathroom. You could still see his toothbrush, his razor, his hairbrush, and his comb. He never took anything away. Not that I know of. A closet like Natalie's, then a gym. Does he use it rarely? He's become rather fat. Not exactly big, but overweight. She pushed open a door. The library. Thousands of books from all eras, with, however, relatively few recent works. Did he read a lot? I didn't come to see what he did in the evenings. This staircase leads directly to the study. because we passed above the vault. Do you still need me? It's likely I'll need to see you again. If so, I'll give you a call. She was about to return to her bottle. I suppose you're going down to the offices now. I'd like to question Mr. Lecureur. Indeed. I apologize for disturbing you. She walked away, pitiful, in short, but at the same time irritating. Maigret went down the stairs while finally filling a pipe, for he had avoided smoking in the apartment. He found himself in a large room where half a dozen typists were working feverishly and looked at him in surprise. Mr. Lecureur, please.
In the shelves were hundreds of green files, like those found in government offices and at most notaries' offices. A small, dark-haired woman led him through a room containing only a long table and an oversized, old-fashioned safe. This way. Another room where an elderly man, all alone, was hunched over what must have been the ledger. He glanced indifferently at Maigret, who passed into the next room where 5 employees were working. Mr. Lecureur is alone. I think so. Would you like to ask him by phone if he can see Inspector Maigret? They waited a moment, standing there. Then a padded door opened. Come in, please. I'm not sorry to see you. Lecureur was younger than the commissioner had imagined when he was told he'd worked with the deceased old notary. He couldn't have been 50. He was dark-haired, with a small mustache, and his suit was a dark gray, almost black. Sit down, please. More woodwork. The founder of the firm must have had an immoderate taste for walls covered in dark wood panels. I suppose it was Madame Sabine Levesque who alerted you. The furniture here was mahogany, Empire style. I suppose you're the one who replaces your boss when he runs away. That's my role as senior clerk. However, there are some documents I can't sign, and I find myself rather embarrassed. He was a calm man, with that distinction peculiar to people who have to deal with high society. He wasn't servile, but there was a hint of deference in his demeanor. When he disappeared like that, did he warn you? No, it wasn't premeditated. Of course, I don't know his life outside the office. I have to stick to hypotheses. He often went out in the evenings, almost every evening, in fact. Just a moment.
Did he take an active part in the work of the firm? He spent most of his days at his office and met most of his clients in person. He didn't give the impression of being a busy man, and yet he had more to do than I did, especially when it came to wealth management, the sales or purchases of estates and chateaux. He had extraordinary flair, and I would have been unable to replace him. Is his office next to yours? L'Ecureur went to open a door. Here it is. The furniture, as you can see, is the same style, but there are 3 more armchairs. No clutter, no dust. The notary's office overlooked Boulevard Saint-Germain, and the monotonous noise of traffic could be heard. The 2 men resumed their seats. It seems that, usually, the escapes only lasted 2 or 3 days. Lately, they've sometimes lasted a week. Does your boss keep in touch with you? He almost always called me to see if anything new was coming up. Do you know where he was calling from? No? To your knowledge, did he have a pied-à-terre in town? It's a possibility I thought about. He never carried much money and paid almost everything by check. The stubs passed through my hands before going to accounting. He fell silent, frowning. I wonder if I'm allowed to discuss these matters. I'm still bound by professional secrecy. Not if he was murdered. For example, are you seriously thinking about it? His wife appears and thinks. He shrugged, as if to indicate that what she said didn't matter much. I confess, I thought about it too. This is the first time he's been away for so long, and he hasn't called me. A week ago, he had an appointment here with one of our most important clients, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, landowner in France. He knew it. Despite his distracted airs and his unserious demeanor, he never forgot anything, and he was rather fussy in his professional life. What did you do? I postponed the appointment, pretending he was at the clinic. Why? Despite your suspicions, didn't you notify the police? It wasn't up to me, but his wife. It seems she never comes down to the office. That's true. In the past, she came down once or twice, but she didn't linger. Does a mine look gray on him? She wasn't welcomed with enthusiasm. Same son, husband. Why? He fell silent again. even more embarrassed than before. I apologize, Commissioner, but you're putting me in an embarrassing position. My boss's relationship with his wife is none of my business. What if a crime has been committed that would change everything? Obviously. Here, we adore Mr. Gerard. That's what I call him, because I knew him when he was barely out of university. The whole staff likes him. No one presumes to judge his private life. I understand that the same is not true of his wife. It's a bit as if she were a stranger in the house. I'm not saying she's crazy. She's still like a splinter under the skin because she drinks. There's that too. Was your boss unhappy with her? He never complained. He gradually built a personal life for himself. You mentioned earlier about check stubs passing through your hands. I suppose he signed them for the benefit of the women with whom he spent a greater or lesser number of days. I suppose so too, but I don't have proof. These checks weren't made out to a specific name, but to bearer. There were some for as many as 5,000 francs, as well as 20,000. Were there some for the same amount every month? No. That's why I don't believe he had a pied-à-terre. They looked at each other in silence now. Some members of the staff. The first clerk finally sighed. Saw him enter nightclubs. In those cases, there was almost always a more or less long absence. You think something bad has happened, don't you? I'm afraid so. And you, Commissioner, from what little I know so far, me too. Did women ever call him at his office? I assume all communications went through a switchboard. I joined the switchboard operator, of course. There's no record of any such communications, which suggests that during his escapes, he didn't give his real name. There's one detail I feel I should share with you. 2 weeks ago, I started to worry. I called Mrs. Sabin-Levesque to tell her this and to advise her to contact the police. What did she tell you? That there was no cause for concern yet, and that she would act in due course. Didn't she ask you to come up or come down to discuss it with you? No. I don't see any other questions for you at the moment. If there's anything new, I'd ask you to please give me a call at the P. one detail, though. Do the servants on the first floor share the same feelings as the office staff regarding Mrs. Sabin Levesque? Yes.
The cook, in particular, Marie Jalon, who has been with the house for 40 years and knew Mr. Gerard as a child, literally hates her. And the others, they tolerate her, nothing more. Except for the chambermaid, Claire Morel, who is devoted to her and undresses her before putting her to bed when her mistress is sprawled on the floor. Thank you. Are you going to open an investigation? Not much in my bag. I'll keep you posted. Maigret left and, near the Solferino metro station, entered a cafe. He didn't order cognac, which he'd been put off for a long time, but a large, chilled half-pint. Do you have a phone token? He's going crazy. He went into the phone booth and looked up the number of the lawyer Natalie claimed to have worked for before her marriage. Maître Bernard d'Argent. The name wasn't in the phone book. He poured his drink and took a taxi, giving the address on Rue de Rivoli. Wait for me. I won't be long. He entered the dressing room, which was a sort of small salon. It wasn't a woman, but a white-haired man who was the concierge. Maître d'Argent, please. He died 10 years ago. Were you already in the house? I've been here for 30 years. Who took over his office? It wasn't a lawyer, but an architect, Mr. Maigret. Didn't he keep some of the staff? Mr. d'Argens only had an old secretary who retired and returned to her native country. Didn't you know a Miss Frassier, a pretty brunette, always restless? She worked for Mr. d'Argens over 20 years ago. She only stayed on for a year because she didn't like the job, and I don't know what became of her. Maigret, his brow darkening, returned to his taxi. Admittedly, the investigation had only just begun, but it wasn't looking good, with no clues to fall back on. Besides, he had to act discreetly, because the notary could just as easily reappear any day. The sun had disappeared behind the houses.
It was getting cooler, and Maigret regretted having left his warm overcoat at the office. He was stopped at the corner of Quai des Orfèvres and Boulevard du Palais because he wanted a second glass of beer. He was still thinking about Natalie, the strange Mrs. Sabin-Levesque. and he had a feeling she knew a lot more than she was letting on. He found his desk, his tips, stuffed one, and went to the door of the inspector's office. Lapointe was typing. Janvier was looking out the window. Lucas was busy making phone calls. Janvier, Lapointe, come both of you to my office. January was also slowly getting drunk and was getting pot-bellied. Are you free? Janvier. Nothing important right now. I'm done with the young car thief. Do you have the courage to spend the night outside? Why not? You'll go to Boulevard Saint-Germain as soon as possible and keep an eye on the 207 boys. If the woman I'm going to describe to you leaves the building, you'll follow her.
You'd better have a car at your disposal. She's dark-haired, quite tall, very thin, with fixed eyes and nervous tics. If she leaves the house, it will probably be on foot. Although she has a driver and 2 cars. One is a Bentley and the other a Fiat. Tell Lordy to go and take over tomorrow morning and give her the instructions. What's she wearing? When she came here, she was wearing a fur coat. Probably mink. Good, boss. Janvier left, and Maigret turned to Lapointe. And you, anything new? Lapointe blushed, stammered without looking Maigret in the face. Yes, a phone call, a few minutes ago. From whom? From the woman from this morning. What did she want? First she asked if you were here. I told her no. She seemed completely drunk. Who's speaking? Then she persisted. Inspector Lapointe. Wasn't that the little dandy who was writing down everything I said this morning? Yes. Well, tell the commissioner to fuck off for me. And there's the same for you. Lapointe added, still embarrassed. There was a sound of a struggle. Leave me alone, for God's sake. Someone must have snatched the phone from his hands because the connection was disconnected. Before leaving the PG, he said to Lapointe, I'd like you to pick me up at my house in one of the cars at 11 o'clock. Tomorrow morning, tonight, I feel like poking my nose into some nightclubs. Mrs. Maigret had saved the herrings he was fond of, and he enjoyed them while vaguely watching the news on television. From his expression, she could tell that the current case was no ordinary one, and that it was preoccupying him, that he was almost making it personal. It was true. That day, that mild, clear March 21st, he had been plunged into a world foreign to him. Above all, he had found himself face to face with a type of woman he hadn't yet met and who baffled him. "Get me a dark suit, the best one. What's happening? Lapointe is picking me up at 11 o'clock. To visit 2 or 3 nightclubs with him. That'll take your mind off things, won't it? If only it could answer the questions I am asking myself." Settling into his armchair, he dozed in front of the television, and at 10:30, his wife brought him a cup of coffee. "If you have to stay up late," he first lit a pipe before drinking slowly. For him, coffee and a pipe went together. He went to freshen up. He went to the bathroom, then changed as if his appearance mattered. Deep down, he was a bit stuck in the days when people used to go to the opera and smoke to get into nightclubs. It was 5 to 11. He thought he heard a car pull up. He opened the window and saw one of the PJ's little black cars and a tall silhouette at the edge of the sidewalk. He kissed Madame Maigret and headed for the door, grumpy, but deep down, quite glad not to be the director of the PJ. "Don't wait up for me. Don't be afraid. I'm sleepy." The air wasn't too fresh, and the moon was rising over the chimneys. There were still many lit windows, and a few were open. "Where are we going, boss?" He took from his pocket the old envelope on which he had jotted down the addresses from the telephone directory. "Do you know Puss in Boots? No. It's on Rue du Colisée." They followed the double stream of lit cars along the Champs-Élysées, between the rows of neon signs. A doorman, adorned with admiral's braid, stood in front of the cabaret. He saluted them militarily and opened the double doors for them. They stepped through a thick curtain of red drapes and returned their coats and hats to the cloakroom. The pianist let his fingers wander randomly over the keys. The guitarist tuned his instrument, and no one, for the moment, was busy playing the double bass. The room was red. Everything was red: the walls, the ceilings, the upholstery a slightly orangey red that, all things considered, wasn't aggressive, but rather cheerful. The bar, on the other hand, was white stucco, and the bartender was wiping glasses as he put them away. The maitre d'hotel approached them without much conviction. Perhaps he recognized Maigret. Perhaps the two men didn't look like serious customers. The inspector nodded and headed toward the bar. 3 women were sitting at different tables, while at another,
A couple appeared to be chatting. It was too early. It wasn't until around midnight that things started to get lively. "Good evening, gentlemen. What can I get you?" The bartender had white hair and a distinguished air. He looked at them with feigned indifference. "I don't suppose you serve beer." "No, Monsieur Maigret. Give us whatever you like." "Dry martini." "Okay." One of the women came to sit on one of the bar stools, but the white-haired bartender gave her a slight sign, and she returned to her table. Once the glasses were filled, he asked her. So Maigret smiled. "Indeed," he admitted. "We're not here to have fun, nor are we here to cause you any trouble. I'm looking for some information. If I can give it to you, I'd be happy." A kind of complicity had developed between them. The difficulty for Maigret was describing a man he had never seen. Average height, rather shorter than average, 40 to 45 years old, already paunchy and plump, blonde hair that's starting to thin out, and a baby face. He dresses with great taste, almost always in shades of beige. "Are you looking for him? I'd like to find out where he is." "He disappeared." "Yes." "What crime did he commit?" "None." "It could be Mr. Charles. Does the description fit more or less?" "Very cheerful." "Isn't he?" "Always cheerful." "I think so." "You don't know him, no." "He comes from time to time and sits at the bar, orders a bottle of champagne. Then he looks around the room, examines the coaches one by one. He finally makes his choice and has someone look for the one he likes. Does he stay late? It depends. In some cases, he leaves with the girl. In others, he simply discreetly passes her a 500 bill and leaves, probably to look elsewhere. Has it been a long time since you've seen him?" "Quite a long time." "Yes." "Maybe 6 weeks, maybe 2 months. When he took one of the women, didn't she stay away for several days?" "Don't speak so loudly. The boss doesn't like it. And he's there between the tables." "A man in a tuxedo, Italian looking, with scraggly hair and a thin mustache. He was watching them from afar. No doubt he too recognized the commissary female entertainers. In principle, aren't allowed to leave before closing time. I know. I'm also aware that were not always very strict. Is there one of the young women here who happened to follow him? Martine, I think you'd better, if you want to talk to him, go sit at his table. I'll send you a bottle. The young woman with the tousled hair that fell to her shoulders looked at them curiously. A few customers, some with the women, Martine and her wife, had arrived, and the small band was playing the blues. "Did you order a drink?" she asked. "The bartender ordered for us," Maigret grumbled, thinking about the difficulties he would have with his expense report. "Are you all ready, Venus?" "No." "Do you want me to call one of my friends, the boss?" Standing near the table, said to her, "Be careful, Martine. They're police officers." "Is that true?" she asked Maigret. "It's true." "Why are you singled out for me? Because you once went out with Mr. Charles?" "And there's anything wrong with that?" She wasn't challenging him. She continued to speak in a soft, kind voice, and the adventure seemed to amuse her. "No, it turns out Mr. Charles has been missing for a month, on February 18th to be exact. Have you seen him since then?" I was actually surprised he stopped coming, and I spoke about it with one of my friends. What do you think of him? His name isn't Charles, obviously. He must be an important man who, when he wants to have fun, is forced to hide his true identity. He's very neat, very meticulous. I told him he had woman's hands. They were so well manicured. "Where did you go with him?" "I thought he was going to take me to a hotel, but he asked if I could have him at my place. I have a nice studio on Avenue de la Grande Armée. I don't see anyone there. Besides, it's rare that I agree to go out with a client. People think that's what the escorts are there for, but it's not true." The champagne was poured, and she raised her glass. "To Mr. Charles, since it's because of him that you're here. I hope nothing happened to him. We don't know. He simply disappeared. Was it his wife who got worried? The half-crazy one, did he tell you about it? We spent 4 days together. He was funny because he really wanted to help me cook and wash the dishes from time to time. He talked to me about himself, always rather vaguely. I'm not asking who he is. An important man, as you guessed. He lives in Paris." "Yes, and I suppose he treats himself to a trip
From time to time, that's right, 4 days, 5 days, a week. I called the boss, Mr. Mazzotti, to tell him I was sick, but he probably didn't believe me. When I came back to Puss in Boots, he gave me the cold shoulder. When was this meeting you're talking about? 2 months, maybe a little more. He'd never been to Rue du Colisée before I happened to see him at the bar. He must not have found what he was looking for, because he left alone. Did he go to other clubs? He didn't tell me, but I assume so. Did he have a car? No. We went to my place arm in arm. He was very cheerful. Did he drink a lot? Not what you'd call a lot. Just enough to get a nice feather. Didn't he tell you he had a pied-à-terre in town? Did he? I don't know. No. He wanted to come to my place. During those 4 days, we lived as if we were old lovers. He watched me bathe and get dressed. He leaned out the window when I went shopping, and when I came back, the table was set. Can't you think of anything else that might help me find him? No, I'm looking. We went for a walk in the Bois de Boulogne, but the sky clouded over, and we came back quite quickly. He was very... She suddenly fell silent, as if modest. Go on, you're going to make fun of me. He was very tender, full of little attentions, like a lover. When he left, he slipped a check into my hand. Are you leaving already? The boss, Mazzotti, waited for them near the red curtain that veiled the door. Did you find what you were looking for? Inspector Martin will tell you. Good evening. Sabin Levesque's personality was becoming a little clearer, and Maigret had learned more about him than from his wife and his first clerk. Shall we continue? Asked Lapointe. While we're at it, La Belle Hélène, Rue de Castiglione. It was more refined on the surface. Everything was in pastel tones, and violins were playing a slow waltz. Here, too, Maigret, followed by Lapointe, headed towards the bar. Maigret looked at the bartender, frowning. They released you? He asked. I was granted early release for good behavior. It was Maurice Mocco, a Corsican crook with a long criminal record. What are you having, Commissioner? And you, young man, is he your son, Monsieur Maigret? One of my inspectors. You're not after me, I hope.
No. What can I get you? 2 beers. Unfortunately, I don't have any water. Are you serious? Yes. Do you know Mr. Charles? Which one there is a gentleman? One of them, who's completely bald and must be in his 70s, comes from Bordeaux on business once a week and takes the opportunity to drop by here. The other comes more irregularly, quite short, very elegant, very nice, always dressed in light clothes, chubby. You could call him chubby. Yes. Has he ever kidnapped a female attendant? Most of the time, he leaves alone. But once he noticed one. Layla, who hasn't been here for a long time. It was last summer. They were talking at the table in the corner over there. Layla kept shaking her head, and he kept insisting. When he left, I called him. Who is this guy? She asked me. A very nice guy. He absolutely wanted to take me to spend a few days in the countryside with him, in an inn, simplicity, fresh air. You bet. What did he offer you in exchange? First 10,000. When he saw I wasn't working, he raised the bid to 15, then 20,000. He couldn't believe I refused. In the countryside, for God's sake, with all the lunatics we meet today. What happened to that Layla? I think she's married to an engineer from Toulouse. She never came back here. That Maigret needed some air too, because it was stifling in those clubs, and the women's perfume made him sick. They both paced the deserted street. That old scoundrel Mako has just given us some valuable information, though Charles sometimes took his conquests to the countryside. I think I know what you mean. Among these women, there's a bit of everything. I knew one who had a doctorate in sociology. Some have lovers, and those lovers aren't always very reputable. It was 2 a.m. Maigret was no longer sleepy. 10 minutes later, the 2 men got out of the car in front of Le Cric Crac on Rue Clément Marot. Pop music spilled out onto the sidewalk. The facade was painted in all sorts of colors, like the room where the couples were huddled together on the dance floor. The bar, once again, but the owner, a young, blonde ziffer, had already joined the commissioner and the inspector. Are you looking, gentlemen? Maigret shoved his medal under his nose. Excuse me, Commissioner. I didn't recognize you. It's so dark in here. The room, which wasn't large, was lit only by a globe made of small mirrors that slowly rotated on the ceiling. You won't find anything irregular in my place, I assure you. Do you know Mr. Charles? The blonde ziffer frowned, like a man trying to remember something. It was the bartender who intervened. A very fat man with extremely thick eyebrows. He always came to the bar. When did you last see him? It's been weeks. You saw him on February 18th. What day was February 18th? A Tuesday. That doesn't ring a bell. My last memory is of seeing him at the bar with Zoe. Did she leave with him? That's forbidden. Commissioner, the owner intervened. I know. I know. Did she go with him? No. But he jotted something down in a little notebook. Probably an address Zoe gave him. Is she here? This Zoe? She's dancing right now. She's the platinum blonde with such beautiful breasts. I'll get her for you. Ziffer hurried, and Maigret, wiping his hands, to the bartender. Obviously. You don't have any beer. Hey. Chapter 3. Zoe had light blue eyes that reminded her of a naive and innocent little girl. She batted her eyelashes as she looked curiously at this man she didn't know. And the boss murmured, "He's the famous Inspector Maigret, and you can answer him frankly." She didn't seem to have heard of the inspector, and she waited patiently, as she would have waited for the teacher's questions at school. Do you know Mr. Charles by sight? Of course. He comes from time to time. What do you mean by from time to time? Almost every week. Does he always bring a female coach with him? Oh no, it's actually quite rare. He looks at all of us, and from time to time he offers one of us a bottle. Does he dance? Yes, he dances very badly. Has it been a long time since you've seen him? She stared at the ceiling, still like a schoolgirl. Yes, quite a long time. The last time we drank a bottle of champagne together. Don't you remember the date? Yes, it was February 18th. How do you know? Because it was my birthday. He even bought me flowers from Josephine, the old vendor who comes by every night. Didn't he offer to take you? Yes. I told him frankly that I had a friend waiting for me at home and he seemed disappointed. It made me sad. I have a heart for him because he's a nice guy. Nothing else happened. I told him that if he wanted a nice girl, I had a friend who isn't a trainer, but who sometimes has men over at her house. Only nice people. I asked her to excuse me for a moment so I could call her to see if she was free. I spoke to Doreen. She promised me she'd be there. So you gave Mr. Charles her address, Avenue des Ternes? Yes. What time was it? About 1:00 a.m. Did he leave right away? Yes. Have you seen Doreen since then? I called her that same night, around 3 o'clock, to see if everything was going well. She told me that Mr. Charles hadn't come and that she was still waiting. When I saw her again, she confirmed that no one had come. And since then, what do you mean? Have you had a chance to see Mr. Charles again? No. I was even surprised that he hadn't come here for so long. Thank you, Zoe. Is that all? For the moment, yes. He watched her walk away to her table. And the boss came over to ask Maigret, "Are you happy?" Quite restrained. Until now. It seemed that young Zoe was the last person to have seen the notary. It was 1 o'clock in the morning when he left her to go to Avenue des Ternes, where he hadn't arrived. And now, Boss Lapointe asked once they were at the wheel of the little car, "At my place. I've had enough for today, and you must be sleepy too." Funny guy, isn't he? Funny guy. Yes. Either he had a taste for cabaret entertainers, or he wanted to avoid complicating his life by having regular mistresses. Once home, he began to undress, while Madame Maigret, who was lying down, asked him kindly, "Have fun. I may have made a little discovery. We'll see later if it's worth anything. Not too tired, not too much. Wake me up at the usual time." It took him a while to fall asleep because he was a little on edge. The noise and bustle of the nightclubs continued to fill his head. At 9 o'clock in the morning, he was still in his office, and the first person he saw in the inspector's office was Janvier. Come on. The sun was a little warmer than the day before, and as he had a slight headache, he went to open the window, your night calm, with, however, one curious incident. Tell me about it. I had parked the car 50 meters from the house. I remained seated at the steering wheel, my eyes fixed on the 207 BS. A few minutes after 11 o'clock, the door opened and I saw the woman getting out. Miss Sabin Levesque? Yes. Her gait was stiff, as if she had to make an effort not to zigzag. I let her get a little ahead and started the engine. She didn't go far. Barely 200 meters. She entered an automatic telephone booth. Maigret's eyebrows furrowed. She put in a first coin. But it seems she didn't get through because she hung up almost immediately. It was the same with the second coin. It wasn't until the third attempt that she started talking. She spoke for a long time because she had to hand over money twice. It's strange she didn't call from home. She must have thought her number was tapped into the listening table. I suppose so. When she came out of the phone booth, her coat opened for a moment, and I saw she was in her nightgown. She went straight back to 207B's, pressed the button, and the door opened almost immediately. Nothing else until morning. I left the instructions with Lordy, and Bonfils will pick them up around noon. Make sure the phone is tapped into the listening table as soon as possible. January was about to leave the office. Let's do the same with the office number. Then go to bed. Thanks, boss. Maigret took a quick look at the mail waiting for him, signed a few forms, and went to tell the director how things were going. Are you going back there? Yes. I don't think I'll be seen in the office much these days. Did the big boss know that he was the one who'd been offered the job? He didn't mention it, but it seemed to Maigret that he was treating him with a certain amount of consideration. Lapointe had arrived, a little groggy. He's driving the commissioner to Boulevard Saint-Germain. Shall I go up with you? Yes. There might be some notes to take. I brought my shorthand pad. He almost stopped at first on the ground floor, but in the end, he went up to the first floor. It was the young chambermaid, Claire Morel, who opened the door for him and gave him a sour look. If it's madam you want to see, I'll warn you. She's asleep right away. Maigret nonetheless entered the hall, followed by Lapointe. Sit down, he said, pointing to a chair for the young woman. I'm not supposed to sit here. You're supposed to do what I tell you. She finally sat down on the very edge of the leather-covered chair. This was what some people criticized Maigret for. A civil servant of his rank should have summoned the witnesses to his office. And as for last night's cabarets, he would have sent an inspector there. Maigret lit his pipe, and Claire Morel looked at him sternly, as if he were committing an incongruity. "What time did your boss come home last night? To come back, she would have had to go out. If you prefer, what time did she go out?" "I don't know. Were you asleep, I repeat?" "She didn't go out, I'm sure, devoted as you are. And given the state she's in almost every night, that you wait to put her to bed before going to bed yourself. She was quite a pretty girl, but the stubborn air she'd adopted didn't suit her. She looked at Maigret with apparent indifference. So I can tell you, she came home around 11:30. She's allowed to get some fresh air, right? You weren't worried when she came out. She had trouble walking straight. Did you see her? One of my inspectors saw her. And do you know why she went out at that hour? No. To call from a public phone box. Who did she usually call before these last few days? To no one. To her hairdresser. To suppliers. I'm talking about more private conversations. You don't call your hairdresser at 11 o'clock at night, nor your dressmaker or your shoemaker. I don't know anything. Do you feel sorry for her? Yes. Why? Because she wasn't lucky enough to find a husband like hers. She could lead the life she deserves, a social life. Go out. Entertain friends. And her husband prevents her from doing so. He doesn't take care of her. On the other hand, he sometimes disappears for a whole week, and now he's been gone for over a month. Where do you think he is? At some girl's house or another. He only likes girls he picks up God knows where. Did he ask you to sleep with him? I would have liked to see him do it. Good. Go get the cook for me. And while I'm talking to her, wake your mistress and tell her I want to see her in about 10 minutes. She obeyed reluctantly, after an angry look, while Maigret winked at La Pointe. Marie Jalon, the cook, was short and broad, rather plump, and she looked curiously at the commissioner, as if delighted to see him in flesh and bones. Sit down, madame. I already know you've been in the house. house for a long time. 40 years. I was here when Monsieur's father was here. Has anything changed since then? She heaved a deep sigh. Everything has changed, my good sir. Since this woman has been here, we no longer know how to comment on life. There are no more hours. We eat when she decides to eat. Some days, she doesn't eat at all during the day. Then, in the middle of the night, I hear a noise in the kitchen and find her rummaging through the refrigerator. Do you think your boss is suffering from it? Certainly. He doesn't say anything about it. I've never heard him complain, but I know he's a man who resigns himself to things. I knew him when he wasn't even 10 years old, and he was always on my tail. He was already shy. Do you think he's shy in comment? If you only knew the scenes he endures without protesting and without daring to raise a hand against her. Aren't you worried about her absence? The first few days, I wasn't. It's normal. He has to have a little compensation from time to time. Maigret smiled at this expression. What I'm wondering is who warned you? Unless it was Mr. Lecureur. No. Was it Mrs. Sabin Levesque who came to tell you about her concern? Yes. Her concern. It's clear you don't know her. If she saw him dying at her feet, she wouldn't lift a finger. Do you think she's crazy? Drunkard? Yeah. She's barely had her morning coffee before she starts drinking. You haven't seen your boss since February 18th, no. You haven't heard from him. Nothing. I admit I'm worrying. Mrs. Sabin Levesque stood, frozen, at the door of the living room. She was wearing the same dressing gown as the day before and hadn't bothered to comb her hair. Is it me or my cook you came to see? Both. I'm at your disposal. She led the two men into the boudoir from the day before. There was a good of cognac and a glass on a silver platter. I suppose I'm not offering you any. Maigret shook his head. What do you want from me this time? You ask a question first. Where did you go last night, I know? Indeed. From my maid that you're having me watched. That saves me from lying. I wasn't feeling well and went out to get some fresh air. When I saw a phone booth, The idea came to me to call one of my friends. Do you have any friends? This may surprise you, but that's how it is. May I have the name of the woman you called? It has nothing to do with you, and so I won't answer. Wasn't that friend at home? How do you know that? You must have called 3 different numbers. She said nothing, but took a sip of her own liquor. She wasn't well. She must have been having trouble waking up, and alcohol was the only thing that more or less restored her composure. Her face was puffy. Her nose looked longer and more pointed. Another question. Then, the drawers in your husband's private office are locked. Do you know where those keys are? In his pocket. I presume I've never searched his apartment. Who was his best friend at the beginning of our marriage? He often hosted the lawyer Obono and his wife for dinner. They studied together. They don't see each other anymore. I don't know. In any case, Obono doesn't come here anymore. I didn't like him. He's a pretentious man who talks incessantly as if he thought he was in court. As for his wife, it doesn't matter. She's very proud to have inherited the chateau from her parents. But again, will you be here for long? She seemed tired, and Maigret felt a little sorry for her. Suppose I'm still under the supervision of one of your men. Yes. Finished for this morning. Maigret signaled to Lapointe to follow him. Goodbye, madame. She didn't reply, and the maid was waiting for them in the living room to lead them into the hall and then out onto the landing on the ground floor. Maigret crossed the vault, entered the study, and asked to speak to Monsieur le Cureur. The latter came to meet the 2 police officers, whom he ushered into his office. Any news? He asked. Not really news, as far as I know. The last person who saw your boss was a trainer at the Cric Crac on Rue Clément Marot, and when he left her, he was supposed to go to Avenue des Ternes, where a young woman was waiting for him. It was in the middle of the night on February 18th. He didn't show up on Avenue des Ternes. Perhaps he changed his mind on the way. Perhaps. Are you sure that for over a month he didn't call you once? Not once. Whereas during his other escapes, he kept in touch with you by phone. Every 2 or 3 days. Yes, he was very conscientious. 2 years ago, he came back in a hurry because we needed his signature.
What was your relationship with him like? Very cordial. He trusted me completely. Do you know what he kept in his desk drawers up there? I don't know. I rarely went up there, and I never saw the drawers open. Have you seen the keys? Often. He had a bunch of them that he never left. Among other things, it contains the key to the large safe you must have seen in the typist's office. What does it contain? Clients' confidential documents, especially their wills. Do you have the key too? Of course. Who else? Nobody. Were there any matters the notary handled personally without telling you? He would meet with some clients one-on-one in his office. Almost always take notes, and once the client left, he would update me. Who handles the movement of funds in his absence? Me. Have general power of attorney. Is your boss very rich? He is rich? Yes. Has his fortune increased since his father died? Certainly. And his wife is the only one to inherit, I witnessed, along with another employee when he signed his will. But I didn't read it. I assume he provided for a fairly large number of legs. And the firm does Tutra report to Mrs. Sabin Levesque? Thank you. And Maigret suddenly realized that ever since Natalie's visit to the PJ, people were talking about the notary sometimes in the present tense, sometimes in the past tense. If you want to see me today, come right away, because I'm operating at 1 o'clock. Dr. Florian, like Maigret, wasn't averse to a certain formality. Like many society doctors, he lived on Avenue Foch, which meant a select clientele. I'll be with you in a few minutes. Lapointe and he had both entered a bar on the Boulevard Saint-Germain for a beer and to make a phone call. He's waiting for us. Avenue Foch. A few moments later, the little black car was driving up the Champs-Élysées. Lapointe was silent, a little somber, as if he had something on his mind. Are you worried? It's that woman. I can't help feeling sorry for her. Maigret said nothing, but he must have been thinking the same thing because, as they rounded the Arc de Triomphe, he murmured, I'll wait until I get to know her a little better. The building was luxurious, impressive, more modern than the one on Boulevard Saint-Germain. A wide, smooth elevator took them to the 6th floor, where a valet in a striped waistcoat opened the door for them.
This way. The professor is waiting for you." He first relieved them of their hats and coats. Then he opened a double door, flanked by almost intact Greek statues. The surgeon was taller, bigger than Maigret, and he handed him a vigorous hand. "Inspector Lapointe introduces the commissioner. Excuse me if I rushed you, but I have a busy day. For 15 minutes since your phone call, I've been wondering how I can be of use to you." The office was vast, very opulent, and sunny. The French window that opened onto a terrace was half open, and the outside air occasionally billowed through the curtains. "Sit down, please." Because of his graying hair, he looked older than his years, and he was dressed in a severe manner, striped trousers and a black jacket. "You're a friend of Georges Simenon, if I'm not mistaken. We're the same age, and we were at university at the same time. He at the Faculty of Law, I at the Faculty of Medicine. We formed a rather cheerful group back then, of which he was the life and soul of the party. Has he changed a lot? I saw him quite little after his marriage." Dr. Florian's brow darkened. "I have to ask you in what capacity you're asking me these questions. As a doctor, I'm bound by professional secrecy, and as a friend, I have to maintain a certain discretion." "I understand. Sabin Levesque has been missing for over a month. He hasn't told anyone he's leaving, neither his wife nor his chief clerk. One evening, on February 18th, he left his house without taking any luggage. I found his trail that same evening, or rather the same night, in a cabaret on Rue Clément Marot. Le Cric-Crac. He left alone to go to an address he'd been given on Avenue des Ternes, but he never arrived yet. What does his wife say? Do you know her? I spent a little time cleaning the house during the first few months after the marriage. Was he already doing what I call his runaways? Are you aware of that? He's always, even as a student, been very attracted to women and the atmosphere of night cabarets. He hasn't gone away, but there's obviously nothing pathological about it. And the word runaway isn't appropriate in this case. I'm using it because I couldn't find another one. He didn't confide in me about it during our dinners, but I don't think he ever stopped going out single, so to speak. Did you know his wife well? I met him about 10 times. Do you know where he met her? He's very discreet about it." I don't think she's from the same family as him. I vaguely know that at one point in her life she was a secretary for a lawyer. I think that's true. What impression did she make on you? She didn't speak to me much.
During our dinners, she was morose or aggressive, and sometimes she left the table muttering an apology.
Do you think she's sane? That's not my area of expertise. I'm a surgeon, not a psychiatrist. I especially think she drank a lot. She's drinking more and more. She was drunk when she came to the Quai des Orfèvres to tell me her husband was missing. When was that? The day before yesterday. And he disappeared in February. Yes, she waited over a month. After a week, the chief clerk suggested she contact the police, and she told him it was her business. That's curious. It's especially worrying. The doctor lit a cigarette with a gold lighter and said to the commissioner, "You can smoke your pipe. The questions you're asking me are baffling. What I can tell you is that Gerard was, and must still be, a very bright boy. When I knew him, he was also what we now call a playboy. He loved sports cars and places where people have fun.
He was rarely seen in his classes, I was told, which didn't stop him from passing his exams with the greatest ease. I don't know if he's changed. That's the description I've been given of him. He seems to have gotten married on a whim and soon realized it was a mistake. I think so too. It's of his wife that a void grew around him. One of Natalie's habits was to humiliate him in front of his friends. I never heard him respond. He continued the conversation as if nothing had happened. He then lived with her as if she hadn't existed. Do you think he suffered from it? It's difficult to judge people who are always joking. He obviously didn't lead a normal life. I understand the little trips he took. The fact that he's been away for a month is more serious. He didn't even contact his office. He was used to it. Though, this time, he wasn't worried about whether he was needed. His wife seems to bother you a lot. She lived in the same apartment, and there was probably a time when they talked about love. Poor old Gerard. The doctor stands up. I beg your pardon, but my duties require me. By the way, we had a mutual friend who became a psychiatrist and has a practice at Sainte-Anne. He's Dr. Amadou,
who lives in the Latin Quarter. You'll find his address in the phone book. He also attended a few dinners on Boulevard Saint-Germain. He was escorting them to the door, where the valet was waiting for them with their clothes over their bras. 10 minutes past 12, said Maigret once they were in the small car. The question is whether Dr. Amadou is coming home for lunch, which gave him the opportunity, in order to make a phone call, to have an aperitif. This time, he even chose a pastis. Same thing, Lapointe murmured. Amadou was at home. He didn't start his shift at Sainte Anne until 2 o'clock this week. I suppose it's urgent. The matter I want to discuss seems urgent to me. Yes. He lived in an apartment where there was a certain amount of disorder, and he appeared to be single, for there was only one place setting on the table, which the maid was busy clearing. He was red-haired, with shaggy hair and freckles, and his tweed suit was as wrinkled as if he'd slept in it. Maigret was to learn later that he was one of the greatest psychiatrists in France, if not in Europe. Sit down, smoke your pipe, and tell me what you'd like to drink. Nothing for the moment. I know your time is precious. You knew Sabine Levesque very well. We went on enough trips together when we were students for me to know him. Don't tell me he has anything to do with the police. He's been missing for over a month, without avoiding anyone, without warning anyone. Since then, he hasn't even called his first clerk like he always did when he was away for a maximum of a week. What could have happened to him? Amadou muttered to himself. Then, as if surprised, how could I be of any use to you? I'm looking for a man I've never seen, about whom yesterday I knew absolutely nothing, and I need to get a better idea of him. I understand. Your friend Florian, whose house I come from, and who gave me your name, considers him a solid man. Me too. Could the life he's led for so long have driven him to commit suicide? It's not like him. He even took benefits. I know. I met several of his girlfriends. After his marriage, I went to dinner on Boulevard Saint-Germain several times. Just as a friend, I think I can answer that question. Despite professional secrecy, it was Gérard who asked me to come and observe his wife. He wondered if she was completely sane. I discovered a woman of acute intelligence who, from the very first evening, saw right through me. She looked at me with a serene eye, as if to defy me. She did it on purpose, drinking non-stop. She still does it, I know. But when I was there, she drank double, and with each glass she glanced at me. It's an illness, isn't it? Doctor, she said, I'm what they call an incurable alcoholic. You can recover from almost anything, madame, provided, of course, you want it. How can you want it if you can't face life? I'm here alone, scorned by a husband who doesn't have the slightest affection for me. I'm sure you're mistaken. I know Gerard. If he married you, it's because he loved you. He thought he loved me. I didn't love him, but I hoped it would come to me. He's the most selfish, cynical person I know. Amadeus relit his pipe and blew a puff toward the ceiling. There were books and magazines everywhere in the room, which was neither a living room, nor an office, nor a consulting room. You see the situation I found myself in. Poor Gerard, who was present, was taking the hit without a source. On my 6th or 7th visit, she came towards me in the large living room without giving me time to greet her, and said in a thick voice, Monsieur Amadeus, don't bother going any further. Dinner won't take place, and you are now potentially of interest in this house. When I need a psychiatrist, I'll choose him myself. She turned her back and, with an uncertain gait, headed towards her apartment. The next day, my friend Gerard came here to apologize to me. He confided that she was becoming more and more unbearable, and that he was trying every way to avoid her. He added, it's true, that she was doing the same on her side. Why didn't your friend file for divorce? Because, despite the life he leads, he is devoutly Catholic. Besides, that very life would be held against him. Maigret smoked dreamily, looking at this tall, red-haired man with the earthenware blue eyes. He finally stood up with a sigh. So, you won't consider her crazy? Not at first glance. Don't forget that I only saw her under the influence of drink. It would take longer and more in-depth observations to establish a diagnosis. I regret not being of more use to you. They shook hands, and Amadeus watched the two men descend the stairs, for the house had no elevator. Brasserie Dauphine. With pleasure, boss. It's a shame we can't put her at Saint Anne under the care of a man like that. It must sometimes be unbearable for the husband to live with her, even if they're not face to face. Knowing someone under the same roof with the feelings she has, I think I'd be scared. Maigret looked closely at Lapointe. Do you think she'd be capable? I told you earlier that I felt sorry for her. I still feel sorry for her, because she must be very unhappy. But at the same time, she scares me. In any case, he's out there somewhere, dead or alive. More like dead. Lapointe sighed very quietly. The first thing Maigret did was to go to the telephone and ask for his apartment. I know, said Madame Maigret, before he could open his mouth. You're not coming home for lunch. I was so expecting it that I didn't prepare anything, and you would have had to settle for ham and salad. He was tempted to have a second pastis, but he remembered his friend Pardon's recommendation and foregone the aperitif. On the menu was Caen-style tripe, which hadn't been recommended to him either, but which he enjoyed nonetheless. I'm hesitant to ask the prosecutor for a search warrant. I'd have a hard time obtaining one, given that there's no evidence that anything terrible happened. What are you looking for? A weapon? Did the notary have a revolver? Does his wife have one? Do you think she would have been capable of killing him? I think anything is possible as far as she's concerned. She could have killed him just as easily with a poker or a bottle. And what would she have done with the body, I know? Nor do I see her lying in wait for her husband as he leaves the crick-crack, knocking him unconscious, since there were no shots fired, and disposing of the body. Perhaps she has an accomplice, unless we're on the wrong track and our man has been attacked by criminals. There are attacks of this kind every night. Why, then, bother disposing of the body? I know. I'm going around in circles. At times, I think I'm getting close to the solution, and the next moment, I realize it doesn't make sense. He gave a small, forced laugh. The best thing would be if our notary suddenly reappeared, alert and smiling, and we asked what was happening to us. What do you think of Lecureur, the chief clerk? Don't like him very much, for no particular reason. He's one of those cool men who are unfazed by anything, and who maintain their composure in all circumstances. Oh, you mentioned what would happen to the firm if it turned out that Sabin Levesque was dead. He's been working there for over 20 years. He must be tempted to consider the matter a bit like his own. The widow would have to agree to keep him, which I think is unlikely. There doesn't seem to be much sympathy between them. Anyway, they wouldn't kiss in our presence. Maigret looked heavily at Lapointe. Are you really thinking about it? Since this morning, yes. I may be wrong, but that would be too simple, wouldn't it? They're both intelligent. Natalie is a real wild animal. You heard what the psychiatrist told us. It reminds me of a sentence I read not long ago, frantic to the point of unconsciousness. Do you think that could apply to her? Yes, when she's drunk, anyway. And since she's under the influence of the sun from the morning onwards, she's making her a dangerous woman. To kill her husband, I know. And yet, she gets angry. I'll go back to see her, just to push her to her limits. What if she's the one who's afraid of whom? Of her husband. He too can sometimes want to know she's dead. He's put up with her for over 15 years, certainly. But sometimes there comes a time when the rope breaks. Maigret sneered again. We must both look clever, coming up with hypotheses based on things we don't know. He doesn't drink after his coffee. He'd be sick of cognac for a long time after seeing the notary's wife gulp it down as if it were water. Chapter 4. Maigret sat at his desk, gazing with what seemed like sleepy eyes at the man sitting opposite him, dressed in a strict chauffeur's uniform, awkwardly turning his cape over and over in his hands. Lapointe and his obligatory shorthand pad were at the far end of the desk. It was Lapointe who had gone to fetch the driver from Boulevard Saint-Germain and found him in his room above the garages. Maigret had to insist on getting his intimidated interlocutor to sit down. Your name is Vittorio Petrini. Yes, sir. He was so well dressed that you always expected him to stand at attention. You were born in Patino, a small village south of Naples. Are you married? No, sir. How long have you been in France? 10 years, sir. Did you immediately start working for your current client? So, sir. I stayed with the Marquis d'Orsel for 4 years. Why did you leave him?
because he died. Sir, tell me what your job with the Sabin Levesques involves.
I don't have much work. Sir, in the morning, I do Miss Jalon's schoolwork. The cook, she has a little trouble walking. She's quite old. Then I serviced the cars, unless Monsieur needed me. You're speaking in the past tense. Comment, sir. You speak as if it were in the past. It's been a long time since I saw Monsieur. What car did he use? Sometimes the Fiat, sometimes the Bentley. It depended on the clients he saw. We sometimes went as far as 50 or even 100 kilometers from Paris. Many of Monsieur's clients are very old and no longer come to the city. Some live in very beautiful chateaux. Did your boss speak to you on the way sometimes? Monsieur, he's a very good boss, not proud, almost always in a good mood. Does Madame never go out in the morning? Almost never. Claire, her maid, told me she gets up very late. She sometimes skips lunch. And in the afternoon, Monsieur almost never needed me. He stayed at the office.
Didn't he drive himself? Sometimes. But then he was more likely to take the Fiat. And Madame, she sometimes went out around 4 or 5 o'clock, without me, without a car. Apparently, she went to the movies, almost always to one of the theaters in the Latin Quarter, and came back by taxi. Didn't it seem strange to you that she didn't ask you to drive her and pick her up? Yes, sir. But that's not for me to judge. Does she ever go out with you? Once or twice a week? Where does she go? Not far. Rue de Ponthieu. She went into a small English bar and stayed there for quite a while. Do you know the name of the bar? Yes. The Pickwick. What was she like when she left? The driver hesitated to answer that question. Was she drunk? Maigret insisted. I sometimes helped her into the car. Did she go home straight away? Not always. Sometimes she made me stop in front of another bar. The one at the Hotel Georges Simenon. Did she leave alone too? Yes, sir.
Was she able to get back in the car? I was helping her, sir. And in the evening, she never went out in the evening. And your boss, he went out, but without a car. I think he preferred to take taxis. Every evening. Oh no. He sometimes went 8 or 10 days without going out. And he also sometimes went several days without coming home. Yes, sir. You never took them both out together. Never, sir. Or rather, only once. For a funeral 3 or 4 years ago. He continued to fiddle with his leather-peaked cap. His blue uniform was well cut, his shoes dazzling. What do you think of your boss? He was embarrassed and had a hint of a smile. You must know, right? It's not my place to talk about her. I'm just the driver. How did she behave with you? It depended. Sometimes she didn't say a word, and her lips were pursed as if I resented me. Other times, she called me her little Vito and talked at length. About what? It's hard to say. For example, I wonder how I'll be able to bear this life any longer. Or when she ordered me to take her back to prison, Vito. Is that what she called the house on Boulevard Saint-Germain when she'd gone through several measures? Yes. You know it's because of that pig of a gentleman that I drink. Any woman would do the same in my place. Things like that, you see. I listened without saying anything. I have a lot of affection for the gentleman, and for her I'd rather not answer. Do you remember February 18th? No, sir. That's the day your boss left the house for the last time. He must have gone out alone, because he didn't ask for a car. What do you do in the evening, I read? Or I watch television. I'm trying to lose my accent, but I can't. The telephone ringing interrupts this conversation. Maigret signals to Lapointe to answer. Yes, he's here. I'll put him through. And to Maigret. He's the police commissioner of the 15th arrondissement. Hello, Jadot. Maigret knew him well and had a lot of sympathy for him. Excuse me for disturbing you. Chief Constable, I thought what I have to say would be of particular interest to you. A Belgian boatman, Jeff Van Roten, who was conducting engine tests at Quai de Grenelle, was surprised to see a body rise to the surface amidst the eddies. Have you identified him? He still had his wallet in his trouser pocket. Gérard Sabin Levesque. Does that mean anything to you? Damn right away. Are you at the scene? Not yet. I wanted to avoid you first. Who is he? A notary from Boulevard Saint-Germain who disappeared over a month ago. I'll come right away. I'll meet you there. And thank you. Maigret stuffed a second pipe into his pocket and turned to the driver. I don't need you anymore for the moment. You can go. Thank you
for your cooperation. As soon as he was alone with Lapointe, Maigret said, "He's really dead. Sabin Levesque. His body has just been pulled from the Seine. Quai de Grenelle, come with me. Notify the Criminal Identification Department first." The small car weaved through the traffic jam and arrived at the Pont de Grenelle in record time. Below the roadway, on the banks of the Seine, there were timbers, piles of bricks, and barrels. 2 or 3 barges were unloading around a lifeless figure. About 50 people were parked, whom a police officer was having great difficulty keeping at a distance. Jadot was already there. The prosecutor won't be long. Do you have the wallet? Yes. He passed it to Maigret. Of course, it was limp, slimy, completely soaked. It contained 3 500-franc bills and a few 100-franc bills, an ID card, and a driver's license. The ink had diluted, but some of the words were still legible. Nothing else. Yes, a checkbook, still in the name of Sabin Levesque. Yes. Maigret was stealing furtive glances at the sodden form sprawled on the cobblestones. He had to force himself to approach, as he always does in these cases. The swollen belly looked like an overfilled wineskin. The chest was gaping, and viscera of an ugly white were spilling out. As for the face, there was almost nothing human left. Lapointe, go and call Lecureur to come immediately. He couldn't subject Nathalie to such a sight. Where's the bargeman? With a strong Flemish accent, he replied, "I'm here, Mr. Policeman." "Have you been moored here long?" "More than 2 weeks. You see, I only have 2 days left to unload my bricks. But my engine broke down. Mechanics came to fix it. It took a while. They finished their work this morning." His wife, with stringy hair, carrying a blonde baby in her arm, was beside him, but didn't seem to understand French and looked from one to the other with a sort of concern. Around 3 o'clock, I wanted to try the engine myself, 'cause I'm planning to leave for Belgium tomorrow morning after picking up a load of wine at Bercy. I noticed some resistance, and when the engine started, this body suddenly rose to the surface. It must have been caught on the anchor or the propeller, which explains why it's all torn up.
Just my luck, isn't it, sir? The deputy, who was no more than 30, was named Oren. He was very elegant, very distinguished. Who is he? He demanded after shaking Maigret's hand. A man who disappeared over a month ago. Sabin Levesque, a notary on Boulevard Saint-Germain. He took the crate. It doesn't seem so. He had reasons to commit suicide. I don't think so. The last person to see him was a nightclub hostess. Was he murdered? It's likely. Here I don't see how he could have been brought alive to the banks of the Seine. He wasn't an idiot. Hello, Grenier. I have some dirty work for you. I saw. He was one of the new forensic pathologists. I can't do anything here. It would be ridiculous of me to certify the death, because it's pretty obvious. A van from the Forensic Institute had approached, but they had to let the photographers from the Criminal Investigation Department work first. The notary's clerk soon arrived and descended the stone stairs leading to the loading dock. Maigret pointed to the informed pile that was supposedly giving off a foul odor. See if it's really him. The first clerk hesitated to approach. He was completely stiff and was holding his handkerchief over his nose and mouth. It's definitely him, he announced. How do you recognize him? By his face. He may be deformed, but it's definitely him. Do you think he jumped into the water? Why would he? L'Ecureur stepped back, standing as far away from the body as possible. I don't know. Lots of people jump into the water. I have his wallet and his checkbook, so I was right to identify him. I'll summon you tomorrow morning to the Quai des Orfèvres to sign your statement. What time? 9 o'clock. Do you have a taxi? Vito had just come back. I asked him to bring me here. He's on the platform with the Fiat. I'll take advantage of it, too. Are you coming, Lapointe? He approaches the medical examiner, the only one who doesn't seem bothered by the body. Can you tell me this evening if he was murdered before being thrown into the water? I'll try, in the state he's in. It won't be easy. The three men pushed through the crowd of onlookers. Jeff Van Roten was running after him. You're the boss, aren't you? Yes. Can I leave tomorrow morning? I've said everything I know. You'll first go to the police station so they can record your testimony in writing, and you'll sign it. Which police station? That gentleman over there, with the black overcoat and little mustache. is the district commissioner, and he'll tell you what to do. There were 4 of them in the little Fiat, which Vito, like all chauffeurs, drove smoothly. I apologize, Mr. Maigret, murmured the first clerk. Can't we stop for a moment in front of a bistro? If I don't drink something strong, I might vomit. The 3 of them got out in front of a bar where there were only 2 dockers. L'écureur, livid, ordered a double cognac. Maigret settled for a glass of beer, but Lapointe had some cognac too. I didn't expect him to be found in the Seine. Why, I don't know. I once thought he'd run off with a woman. He could have been on the Côte d'Azur, anywhere. The only thing that made me imagine a tragedy was that he wasn't calling me. They quickly reached Boulevard Saint-Germain. You'll review all the recent accounts and inquire with the bank. Won't you give me the checkbook so I can check the amounts entered in it? Maigret passed it to him and headed for the door on the right, while the first clerk went through the one on the left. Again! The chambermaid exclaimed angrily after opening the door. Yes, mademoiselle, it's me again, and I'd be grateful if you'd inform your mistress immediately that I'm expecting her. He headed for the boudoir himself and, as if in defiance, kept his pipe in his mouth. About 10 minutes passed, and when Natalie appeared, she wasn't in a dressing gown, but a very elegant suit. I was just about to go out. To which bar? That's none of your business. I have some important news to tell you. Your husband has been found. She didn't ask if he was dead or alive, where she simply asked, "In the Seine, at the Pont de Grenelle?" I knew something had happened to him. The corners of her lips drooped, her gaze quite firm. She had been drinking, certainly, but she was holding up. I suppose I should go and identify the body. Is it in the morgue? First of all, the morgue hasn't existed for a long time. It's now called the Institut Médico-Légal. Are you taking me there? There's no need for an ID. Mr. L'Ecureur took care of that. If you insist. Is it an injury? How so? You're attributing such morbid sentiments to me. With you, you never know. The sacrosanct bottle of cognac was on the side table with glasses. She pours herself a drink without offering anything to her visitors. What's going to happen now tonight? The journalists will find out, and along with the photographers, they'll ring your doorbell. Is there anything we can do to stop them? You can refuse to see them. So what? They'll start looking elsewhere. They won't spare you. Quite the opposite. They're touchy people. They might discover some things. I have nothing to hide. Do as you wish. But if I were you, I'd see them. I'd try to be in reasonably good shape. The first ones will arrive in an hour at the most. She'll still have a second drink. They're getting in touch with the police stations. You enjoy talking to me like that, don't you? Believe me not. You hate me. I don't hate anyone. Is that all you've been told? That's all. Yes. We'll probably see each other again soon. I don't want to. I despise you. Monsieur Maigret. And now, get the hell out of here, Claire. Just throw these people out. There was still an inspector on the sidewalk, opposite 207 BIS, and Maigret hesitated between ending the stakeout and ultimately deciding to continue it. The phone tap hadn't yielded anything, and that was to be expected, since Natalie hadn't hesitated to go out in the evening, in her nightgown under her fur coat, to get to a public phone booth. What do you think? Lapointe asked the commissioner. Getting into the car. If she behaves like this with journalists, she can expect a strange press run tomorrow morning. I have nothing more to do at the quay today. Drop me off at my place then. Mrs. Maigret greeted him with a mischievous smile. Contents. Why should I be happy? Didn't you find your body? The radio. Yes. She gave a short report about it on the 6 o'clock show. Are you hungry? No, not after the half day I've just spent. He went to the cupboard and wondered what he was breastfeeding. Because his stomach was scrambled, he finally poured himself a small glass of gin. It was rare. The bottle had been where it was for over a year. Would you like some? He demanded. No, thank you. Sit down for a few minutes and read the newspapers, and I'll make you a light meal. The soup was already ready. She followed it with a ham salad with some diced cold potatoes. You're preoccupied, aren't you? She murmured as they ate. There are things I don't understand, and I don't like them. Who do you work with? She was well aware that he was always accompanied by one of his closest colleagues. Sometimes it was Janvier, sometimes Lucas, but now he replaced him when he was away, this time by chance. She had bumped into Lapointe. "Do you want me to turn on the television?" "No, I'm too lazy to watch it." He settled back into his armchair and went back to flipping through the newspapers, thinking of something else, especially Natalie, who had just kicked him out of the apartment with such vulgar language. At 9 o'clock, he was dozing, and his wife was about to wake him up to go to bed when the telephone rang, startling the commissioner. "Hello. Yes, it's me. Is it you? Grenier. Have you made any discoveries?" A question first. Did this gentleman usually wear a hat? Maigret took a moment to think. I've never seen him, and I didn't think to ask his wife or his employees about it. Wait. He dressed elaborately, in a very youthful way. I see him bareheaded. Otherwise, someone took off his hat before hitting him on the head. Not just once, but, in my opinion, about 10 blows delivered with great force. His skull is in pieces, like a puzzle. No bullet, not in the head, nor anywhere else. I don't know what weapon was used, a hammer, a wrench, or a tire iron. Probably a tire iron. 2 such blows would have been enough to kill. But the killer persisted, and this sort of hole at waist height, it's more recent. The body was decomposing when it caught an anchor or something like that. One detail seems interesting to me. The ankles were badly damaged by what I believe to be wire, to the point that one of the feet almost came off. This wire must have been used to hold a heavy body, a block of stone, or some kind of weight. How long do you think he was in the water? It's impossible to say. Several weeks. 4 or 5 weeks. It's possible. By the way, I examined the clothes. In one of the pockets, I found a bunch of keys. I'll bring them to you first thing tomorrow morning. I'll be waiting impatiently for them. You have more people than me. Them look for you. Okay. Leave them with the concierge. Now, I'm going to take a nice hot bath and have a nice dinner. I wouldn't want to do this job every day. Good evening, Maigret. Good evening, Grenier, and thank you. The next day, he was at the office before 9 o'clock. His first order of business was to send an inspector to get the set of keys from the Forensic Institute. There was a knock at his door. It was Lapointe. who immediately understood there was something new. Grenier called me. Sabin Levesque was knocked unconscious with a blunt instrument. As the reports state, about 10 extremely violent blows. They tied a rock or some kind of weight to his ankles before throwing him into the water. Finally, Grenier found the set of keys in one of the pockets. Have you seen the newspapers? Not yet. Lapointe went to get them from the inspector's office and brought them over with a strange smile. Look, a headline from the daily newspapers. Well-known notary murdered. The photograph was quite unexpected for someone who had seen the young woman, perhaps an hour before it was taken. There was no longer the slightest trace of her drunkenness. She had taken the trouble to change, and a black suit with a white lace blouse replaced her beige suit. Her brown hair was neatly styled. The expression on her face, which seemed more elongated, was sad, photogenic sadness, and she was holding a handkerchief in her hand as if she had just cried, and as if she were afraid of doing so again. His widow, devastated, didn't understand. Natalie's interview was quite long, with questions and answers. She had received the journalist, not in the boudoir, but in the main living room. When did your husband disappear? About a month ago. I wasn't worried, because he was sometimes called away to the provinces by one of his clients, who replaces him at the firm, his senior clerk, who is very competent. My husband had complete confidence in him and had given him general power of attorney. Do you go out much? Rarely. We only had a few friends over. We led a peaceful life. Were you the one who alerted the police? I decided to go see Inspector Maigret to share my concerns. Why Maigret, I don't know. I read the reports of several of his investigations, and that gave me confidence in him. There was a shorter interview with Jean le Cureur. I have nothing to say to you. Didn't he leave you a message? No. He never left me a message, but he called me every 2 or 3 days. Did he do it this time? No. You weren't worried. After about 10 days, you didn't think to notify the police. I simply shared my fears with Mrs. Sabin Levesque. Another newspaper published the photograph of Natalie, seated, still in the main living room. Mysterious death of a Parisian notary. The text was roughly the same, except that this newspaper insisted that the police had not been alerted. The article ended with, "It seems that Mr. Sabin Levesque was used to these mysterious disappearances. What's most astonishing," Lapointe said with a certain admiration, "is how she's transformed in such a short time." The inspector returned with the set of keys, which included half a dozen small keys, as well as a key to a safe, probably the one on the ground floor. Bonfils came to bring him the list of Paris nightclubs and cabarets, and Maigret was surprised by their number. It ran to 3 pages, with 1-line space. He slipped the list into his drawer, stood up, and sighed. Boulevard Saint-Germain. "Do you think she'll see you?" "I'm not going to see her. I have to go up to the public prosecutor's office first." He was told that Judge Coindet was in charge of the case. An old judge, kind and smiling, whom Maigret had known since his early days. He found his office at the very end of the long corridor of the investigating judge's chambers. Coindet held out his hand. "I've been waiting for you. Have a seat." "So?" The clerk was typing and was about the same age as the magistrate. "I only read the newspapers, since I don't have a report yet." "Because there's nothing to report," replied the commissioner with the same smile. "Do you remember that the body was only discovered yesterday? I heard you've been investigating for 3 days. Without success. I need a search warrant this morning. Boulevard Saint-Germain. Yes. Ms. Sabin Levesque doesn't have much sympathy for me personally. That's not what came out of her interview. She tells journalists whatever she wants. I'd like to thoroughly examine the notary's apartment, which I've only been able to give a cursory glance at so far. A cursory glance. You won't leave me too long without news." It was an allusion to Maigret's reputation. He was passing through the palace to conduct his investigation as he pleased, without paying much attention to the magistrates. 20 minutes later, he and Lapointe entered the vaulted ceiling they were beginning to know. Maigret thought of entering the lodge, where he was received by a very dignified concierge. The lodge resembled a salon. "I was wondering if you would come and see me, Commissioner." "I was so rushed." "I understand. I'm a former police officer. I used to work on the public highway. I suppose it's the lady who intrigues you. You don't meet people like her every day. For a strange household, it is, or rather was, since the man is dead, a strange household. These are people who have 2 cars and a chauffeur. Or when they go out, it's most often on foot. I've never seen them leave the house together, and it seems they eat their meals separately, almost always. They don't entertain, despite what she told the journalists. The notary, on the other hand, leaves from time to time, like a young man, his nose in the air, his hands in his pockets, without taking anything with him. I suppose he has a second household or a pied-à-terre somewhere in town. I'll come back and see you sometime. You seem like a good observer. Habit, isn't it? A few moments later, Maigret rang the doorbell of the apartment. Claire turned red with anger when she saw the 2 men, and she probably would have slammed the door in their faces if Maigret hadn't taken the precaution of putting his foot forward. Madam I'm not concerned with Madam. If you can read this paper. It's a search warrant issued by the investigating judge. Unless you wish to be prosecuted for obstruction of justice, what do you want to see? I don't need you. I know the apartment. And, followed by Lapointe, he headed towards the notary's apartment. It was the office that particularly interested him. Of all the furniture, only the small mahogany desk had its 4 drawers locked. Open the window, will you? It's musty. He tried 3 keys before finding the right one. The drawer contained only letterhead, envelopes, and 2 pens, one of which was solid gold. The contents of the second drawer were more interesting. It contained a number of amateur photographs, most of them taken on the Côte d'Azur, in the grounds of a huge 1900-style villa. Natalie was about 20 years younger, and the notary, without a jacket, looked like a student. On the back, the words La Florentine were written, which was obviously the name of the villa. In one of the photos, next to the couple, a large German shepherd was standing very close to Sabin Levesque. Incidentally, Maigret suddenly realized that there was neither dog nor cat in the house. He was about to close the drawer when, at the very back, he noticed a small passport photo, like the ones you get with automatic cameras. It was Natalie, even younger than in the Khan's photos, and above all, very different. Her smile was deliberately mysterious, her eyes questioning. On the back, a single word, A name, Trika. It was obviously a nom de guerre, and she hadn't chosen it to work as a secretary for a lawyer on Rue de Rivoli. When she'd spoken to Maigret about her past, when she'd given him the name of her supposed former boss, and especially when he'd learned that he'd been dead for 10 years, Maigret had gotten a warning. She knew at that moment that the lawyer was dead and that there would be no one to contradict her. She'd probably never been a secretary or even a shorthand typist. Look, Lapointe. What does she remind you of? The inspector thought for a moment. A high-class hen. Now, we know where the notary got his company. Maigret carefully slipped the photo into his wallet. He now opened the drawers on the left. The top one contained unused checkbooks. One of these notebooks, however, was out of print, and the stubs, instead of bearing the recipient's name, all bore the note to bearer. There were other odds and ends, a watch strap, cufflinks with a small yellow stone in the center of each, rubber bands, stamps. Does that amuse you? She was there, obviously. Claire had dragged her out of bed. She had just drunk a good portion of cognac because she smelled of alcohol 3 steps away. Hello, Trika. She had enough self-control not to make a statement. I don't understand. It doesn't matter. Read this. He handed her the search warrant, which she pushed away. I know. My maid told me about it. Do as she did. One evening, when they were having dinner at Dr. Pardon's. There's one thing, Pardon was saying, that I find hard to understand. You're the complete opposite of a vigilante. It's even as if, when you arrest a guilty person, you do it only to regret it. It happens. Yes. And yet you take your investigations to heart, as if they affected you personally. And Maigret had simply replied, because each time it's a human experience that I live. When you're called to the bedside of an unknown patient, don't you make it personal? 2. Don't you fight against death as if the patient were a loved one? He was tired, gloomy. It's true that the sight of the body in the port of Grenelle was enough to scare even a forensic pathologist. Maigret liked Sabine Levesque, though he hadn't known him. He'd had a friend in high school who had a similar personality. He was light-hearted and seemingly carefree in class. He was the most unruly student, interrupting the teacher or drawing in the margins of his notebooks. When he was kicked out for an hour, he'd stick his face to the window and pull faces. The teachers, however, didn't hold it against him and ended up laughing. It's true that he was always in the top 3 in exams. The notary, who had once led the life of a playboy, had suddenly gotten married. Why? Had it been love at first sight? Had Natalie, who called herself Trika, maneuvered with astonishing skill? What had she hoped for? A high society life in a luxurious apartment, travel, stays in fashionable resorts. A time had come, after about 3 months of living together, when Sabine Levesque started going out again. Why Maigret wondered and couldn't find a satisfactory answer. Had she gradually revealed herself to be what she was now? The harmony had ceased to reign, and later on, they were to barely speak to each other. Neither of them had filed for divorce. Maigret finally fell asleep, his head full of question marks. When he got up, after drinking the first cup of coffee, his wife brought him in bed. It was drizzling. "Are you having a busy day?" "I don't know. I can never predict what's coming up. I'll take a taxi." It was a sign. Usually, he took the bus or the metro. The photographs were waiting for him on his desk, and they were unexpectedly clear. He took one of each kind and headed for Peretti's office. At the other end of the corridor, Peretti was the head of the mundane, and he was the only police chief to wear a ring adorned with a yellow diamond, as if the people he was expected to associate with had been deactivated on him. He was a handsome man, still young, with very dark hair and rather flashy clothes. "Hey, I haven't seen you in a long time." It was true. They had their office in the same corridor, but they rarely met. And even then, it was mostly at the Brasserie Dauphine. "I don't suppose you know this person." Peretti studied the enlargement of Natalie's portrait and went to the window to get a better look. "Isn't that, but younger, the notary's wife whose photograph the newspapers published yesterday?" "That's her, yes. A little over 15 years ago." The voice with her husband. A few weeks or months later, Peretti examines the photo from Cons with the same attention. "Neither of them reminds me of anything." "I expected that. But that's not all. I had my men draw up a list of all the nightclubs in Paris. Here's a copy. Is there one or more whose owner is the same as at that time? I'm looking mainly in the 8th arrondissement and the surrounding area. Peretti studied the list. Most of those cabarets didn't exist 15 years ago. The change in fashion. There was a time when nightlife was concentrated in Montmartre. Then there was Saint-Germain-des-Prés. Just a moment. Le Ciel d'Élite, Rue des Pontieux. It was and still is run by a kind scoundrel who has never been found guilty of anything. No other one. Chez Mademoiselle, Avenue de la Grande Armée, a very chic club run by a woman, Blanche Bonnard. She must be over 50, but she holds her own. She has another cabaret in Montmartre, on Rue Fontaine, of a more vulgar style, Les Deux Frissons. Do you know where she lives? She has her apartment on Avenue de Wagram, and it seems she spent a small fortune there. I'll leave the list with you. I have other copies, if by chance you have an idea. I forgot to ask where the owner of Le Ciel de Lit lives. Marcel Lenoir, in the same building as his cabaret, on the 3rd or 4th floor. He's our him in the hope of finding drugs there. Thanks, old man. Your investigation so-so. Maigret went back to his office. He went to the report like other mornings, and looking at the big boss in his chair, he thought he could have been sitting there in a month. This notary business, Maigret. The other department heads were there, each with their files. I'm nowhere near it. I'm gathering information that may or may not be useful. He can send the newspapers the enlarged photograph of Natalie with the note Mrs. Sabin Levesque at 20. He then went up to the archives to find out if she had a file under her name or Trika's. There was nothing. She had no criminal record. She had never been arrested for any reason. Will you take me to Rue de Pontieu-le-Pointe was his chauffeur, or Janvier, because Maigret had never driven a car. He had recently bought one to drive to their little house in Meung-sur-Loire on Saturday evenings or Sunday mornings. But Madame Maigret was driving. Any news, boss? We're going to see the owner of a nightclub. He ran the same club 20 years ago. The shutters of the cabaret were closed, but near the door you could see photos of nearly naked women in a large frame. They went through the main door. The concierge sent them to the third on the left. A small, dubiously clean maid opened the door. Mr. Lenoir, I don't know if he'll be able to see you. He just got up and is having breakfast. Tell him it's Inspector Maigret. The next moment, Lenoir will greet his visitors in the hallway. He was enormous, very fat, and he too wasn't in the best of shape. He was wearing an old wine-colored dressing gown over faded pajamas. To what do I owe the honor? It's not a question of honor. Keep eating. I'm embarrassed to receive you like this. Lenoir was a scoundrel who, 25 years earlier, had long run a brothel. He must have been in his 60s now, and unshaven, his eyes still sleepy. He looked older. If you want to come this way. The apartment was as badly kept as its tenant, and there was disorder everywhere. They entered a small dining room with a window overlooking the street. A boiled egg was only partially boiled, and Lenoir cut off the end of the second. In the morning, I need to get my balance back.
He was drinking black coffee, and there were cigarette butts in the ashtray. So, what do you say? I'd like to show you a photo and ask if it reminds you of anything. He handed him the enlarged portrait of Natalie. It's a face I'm familiar with. What's her name? At that time, about 15 years ago, she called herself Trika. They all have a habit of choosing the most ridiculous noms de guerre. Trika. Do you recognize her? Actually, no. Couldn't you find her name in your books? Lenoir ate messily and had egg yolk on his chin and the lapel of his dressing gown. Do you think I keep a register with the names of all the girls who come to my cabaret? These women come and go. Many of them get married. And you'd be surprised to know how many have very successful marriages. I had one who became a duchess in England. You don't keep the photographs either. Almost all of them ask for them when they leave. Phew. The others, I tear them up and throw them in the wastebasket. Thank you, Lenoir. It was a pleasure. He stood up, his mouth full, and showed them back to the landing. 31 Avenue de Wagram. It was a bourgeois building that housed, among others, 2 doctors, a dentist, and a trustee. From whom, demanded the maid, dressed like a stage maid, Maigret, the policeman. Yes,
Blanche Bernard wasn't having breakfast but was on the phone. From one of the rooms, they heard yes, yes. My dear, I can't commit myself like this. I need more specific information and a report from my architect. Yes. No. I don't know how long it will take. I'll see you tonight at the cabaret, as you wish. Bye. She came to greet them, her footsteps cushioned by the carpeting that covered the colorful rugs everywhere. She looked at Maigret for a long time, paying only cursory attention to Lapointe. You're lucky to find me up. Usually, I get up late, but today I have an appointment with my businessman. Come on. The living room was soft, too soft for Maigret's liking. The woman, like Lenoir, must have been over 50, but she still defended herself. Even in her sloppy morning clothes, she was plump, but because of her proportions, it wasn't unpleasant, and she had very beautiful eyes. Sabine Lévesque affair. I suppose I expected to see you sooner or later, but I didn't suspect you'd be so quick. She lit a gold-tipped cigarette. You can smoke. It doesn't even bother my parrot. When I saw the photograph in the newspapers yesterday, I immediately flinched and made sure I wasn't mistaken. You knew Mrs. Sabine Lévesque when she was called Trika, and comment. She got up, went into another room, and returned with a huge album. Since I don't have a very good memory, I keep everything. I have 5 albums like this, full of photographs. Here. She handed the open album to Maigret. On the right-hand page was pasted one of those photographs they take in cabarets. It was indeed Natalie, still young, with a naive and spontaneous air. She was wearing a very low-cut dress that revealed the nape of her breasts. Beside her, leaning slightly over, was Sabine Lévesque. On the table, a champagne glass and a bottle. This is where he met her. She'd been a coach girl for about 2 months. Do you know where she was from? Yes. From Nice, where she'd worked in a rather seedy cabaret. Did she confide in you? They confide in me. Most of them are alone, with no one to confide in, so they turn to Maman Blanche. Can I get you something? I don't drink much. but it's time for my port. It was a first-rate port, the likes of which Maigret had rarely drunk. Her last name was Frassier, and her father died when she was about 15. He was an accountant or something like that. Her mother was the daughter of a Russian count, and she wanted it to be known. You see, I have a good memory, despite everything. In my cabaret, she always sat at the same table. The customers were initially impressed by her youthful, candid air. They approached her only with a certain hesitation. She smiled at them, kind but distant. She rarely went out with anyone. I don't think it happened to her more than 3 times. Didn't she have a steady love interest? No. She lived alone in a small hotel room, not far from here, on Rue Bray. I liked her, but at the same time, I can't quite understand her. One evening, Georges Simenon came in, or rather, Mr. Charles, because that's the name we know them by. He had already come here a long time before. He liked gentle, calm women, and he immediately noticed Trika. He went to sit at her table. He must have asked her to come, and she refused. He came back every evening for over a week before he got her to come with him. She had left some things here. 2 dresses, some underwear, some personal belongings. After a few days, she came by to get what belonged to her. True love, I asked her. She looked at me without answering. Did he put you in your furniture? Nothing's final yet. She kissed me on both cheeks and thanked me, and I didn't see her again. 2 months later, however, a wedding photo appeared in Le Figaro. Trika was in a wedding dress and her husband in a morning coat. Mr. Georges Simenon, the well-known notary on Boulevard Saint-Germain, got married this morning. Maigret and Lapointe looked at each other. What were they to make of this story? The little girl from Quimper, the hostess of a dubious cabaret in Nice, then of Chez Mademoiselle, had become the wife of one of the most famous and richest notaries in Paris. Gerard's father was still alive at the time, a man of principles. What had he said about this union? And how had the 3 people who lived on the same floor gotten along? After 3 months, Gerard resumed the habit of disappearing from time to time for a few days. Did Nathalie already drink at that time? And did she spend most of her time in her apartment? The years had passed, and she drank more. The notary had given up on married life. They had become strangers to each other, if not enemies. Here she is, free now, free and rich. That worries you, doesn't it? Commissioner, the newspapers didn't tell the whole story. Sabin Levesque received at least 10 blows to the head with a heavy object, and his skull is in small pieces. Do you think a woman could have done that? Women, on certain occasions, are as vigorous as men, if not more so. Assuming she is guilty, where would the crime have been committed? In their apartment. There was a great loss of blood. There is still some. There would be traces, and she's smart enough to know it. How afterward could the body be transported to the Seine? How could it be brought down to the car and driven inside? Obviously. Perhaps the murderer was some thug who met him on a deserted street. The wallet was intact and contained more than 1,500 francs. Revenge. From whom? From a lover. The lover of one of the women he abducted from nightclubs. These people aren't jealous of paying customers. At most, one of them tried to blackmail him. Maigret looked once more at the photograph of the young couple in front of the bottle of champagne and drained his glass of port. Another one. No, thank you, as kind as he was. He had learned a number of details about Natalie's past. But where did that leave him? He had lunch at home, and Madame Maigret was surprised, but it had no significance that day. Her husband was still as withdrawn and grumpy as ever. He usually enjoyed pot au feu, and he barely noticed he was eating it, drenched in poor man's sauce. A large cup of coffee. That meant the morning one, which contained a good third of a liter. He glanced at the newspapers that had interviewed the caretaker and one of the office employees. They had questioned Vito, too, but he had only given them discouraging answers. Arriving at his office, Maigret found the wiretapping report. Since her line had been connected, Natalie hadn't called once, but she had received a very brief call that very morning. Is that you? Yes. It's essential that I see you. Without waiting, without saying anything, she hung up, from another phone, no doubt, but on the same line. The cook had called the butcher to order a roast veal that Vito would pick up a little later. The office on the other hand, had received an avalanche of phone calls from more or less worried customers. Le Courrier tried to reassure them and provide the information they requested. Maigret went up to see the investigating judge, to whom, frankly, he had little news to give. The worthy Judge Coindet was in no hurry. Sitting at his desk, he slowly smoked an old pipe while scanning a file. "Sit down, Maigret. I have almost nothing to tell you. You must have received the autopsy report. This morning, yes, the murderer won't be able to claim he didn't intend to kill. You have no idea where the crime was committed so far. No. The forensic identification specialists are busy studying every last seam of the clothes and shoes. Given how long the body was in the water, there's little chance that will yield any results." Maigret passed his tobacco pouch to the judge and lit the pipe he had just filled. "There's only one area in which I've made some progress," Ms.
Sabin Levesque claimed that when she met the notary, she was secretary to a lawyer on Rue de Rivoli. As it happens, this lawyer has been dead for 10 years, so he can't contradict her. In one of the dead man's drawers, where there were several photographs, I discovered a small photo of a much younger Nathalie, and a name was written on the back tricot. Nom de guerre, of course. Knowing the notary's tastes, I looked in cabarets and learned that she was an entertainer, not a secretary. I was even able to find out in which club she met Sabin Levesque. The judge remained dreamy, his gaze fixed on the smoke from his pipe. "Did she ever return to those places?" he demanded in his soft voice. "As far as I know, no. Having become Mrs. Sabin Levesque, she must have had nothing but disdain for those circles where she had felt humiliated. This morning, she received a phone call. It was a man's voice, but we didn't have time to locate the origin of the call." The man said, "It's essential that I see you." She hung up without answering. I have the impression that she knows a lot more than she's letting on. That's why I'm subjecting her to a kind of harassment. I'm going to see her again, for no particular reason. The two men smoked for a moment in silence, then shook hands, and Maigret returned to his office. Entering the next room, he asked Janvier, who's on duty on Boulevard Saint-Germain, Inspector Baron. Turning to Lapointe, who was waiting for a signal, the commissioner murmured,
I'll go there alone. It's an experiment. She'll be less impressed. And maybe. He didn't finish his sentence and made a gesture that suggested he didn't really believe it. He took a taxi, which stopped in front of the house. A man was standing there. They weren't on the other side of the boulevard, and the commissioner joined him. She didn't go out, no. Nothing to report. Only the driver went out this morning in the Fiat, and I suppose he went to the market because he came back very soon after. The concierge was such a nice man, so proud to shake Maigret's hand, that Maigret went to say hello. I hear she didn't go out. No, the people who came in were all for the doctor on the 3rd floor. How many years have you been here? About a year. I have sensitive feet, and I didn't like being at the voie publique. Was Sabin Levesque still single? He got married 6 months after I arrived. Does he still disappear for several days? Except for the last 2 or 3 weeks before the wedding. Was it when his father was still alive? Yes. A handsome man, with the real face of a notary. He had a young face, but completely white hair. Did he get along well with his son? I don't think he was too proud of it, but he resigned himself to it. Maigret went up to the 1st floor and rang the bell. Claire, the chambermaid, opened the door and looked mocking. Mrs. Sabin Levesque came out. Are you sure? Yes. What time did she leave the house? Around 2 o'clock. It was 3:10. Did she take one of the cars? I don't think so. Since Maigret knew Baron, nothing could have disturbed him from his hiding place. The concierge would have seen Natalie go by, too. He comes in and closes the door behind him. What do you want to do? Nothing. Don't worry about me. If you're worried I'll steal a trinket, you can follow me. He started in the left wing, touring the rooms occupied by the young woman. He even bothered to look in the wardrobes, which made Claire smile. Why do you think she'd hide in a closet? It's a place like any other. She has no reason to hide. She also had no reason not to leave through the front door. He walked around the living room, looking one by one at the portraits of ancestors with such austere faces, and thought about the lives their descendants had dominated apart from their portraits. Didn't they do the same? Where is the second exit, I might as well tell you, because it's an open secret. Through the courtyard, no, to the right of the elevator, There's a small glass door. It opens onto a staircase of a few steps that leads to the garden. Crossing this, there's a door in the boundary wall. It leads directly to Rue Saint-Simon, and this door isn't locked. Yes, since Mr. and Mrs. Sabin Levesque are the owners, they have the key. Where is this key? I don't know. That was a rather interesting point. Was it Gerard or his wife who had this key? And if it was him, when did she go to get it from him? He went into the notary's small office and sat down in a comfortable leather armchair. Are you planning on staying here for the long term? Until your boss returns. She won't be happy. Why? Because you're not supposed to be here while she's away. You're very devoted to her, aren't you? Why shouldn't I be? Is she nice to you? She can be very unpleasant, unfair, and aggressive at times, but I don't hold it against her. Do you think she's irresponsible? At times like these, yes. Do you think she's sick? She can't help it if all she's been given is alcohol. If she asked you to lie for her, to give false testimony, would you agree? Without hesitation. It can't be pleasant when, at night, she vomits in her bed. Nurses see other things. Maigret thought he heard a noise from the entrance. He didn't move, however, and the chambermaid didn't seem to have heard. What would you say if I started screaming and accused you of trying to rape me? The commissioner couldn't help but laugh. It's an experiment worth trying. Try it. She shrugged and walked off toward the main living room and the other wing. She didn't come back. It was Natalie who crossed the living room with an uncertain gait. She was pale, with dark circles under her eyes, and the lipstick stood out more, like a wound. She almost fell as she walked through the door, and Maigret stood up to help her. Don't worry about me. I can still stand up straight. She sank into the armchair that complemented the commissioner's. She looked at him with a sort of bewilderment. Who told you? She clutched her head, as if to erase the words she had just spoken. Push the button near the living room door. He did so. This button was supposed to ring a bell in the pantry. It's hot. She takes off her brown tweed jacket without getting up. You're not hot, are you? Not right now. You probably got a deal too quickly. How do you know I walked? Because you knew I would have found your taxi driver and learned where you went. She looked at him in genuine astonishment. It was as if she wasn't quite right. You're intelligent, but you're mean. He had rarely seen a woman in such distress, in such a diminished state. Claire knew why she had been called, because she was bringing a tray with a bottle of cognac, a glass, and a pack of cigarettes. She filled the glass herself, handing it to her boss, who almost knocked it over. I'm not offering you any, am I? You're not an alcoholic yet. She had trouble pronouncing the word, which she repeated. Didn't your doctor ever advise you to go into rehab? Him? If I listened to him, I'd have been in a psychiatric hospital a long time ago. That would have suited my husband. See how unpredictable life is. She stopped short, as if she'd lost her train of thought. Unpredictable. Unpredictable. She repeated, her eyes lost. Ah, yes. Life. My husband is dead, and I'm alive. She looked around, turned toward the large living room. Her face suddenly expressed a sort of contentment. Then she said, but. Then she said, in a tone that was anything but cheerful, it's mine. He expected to see her rolling on the floor, and yet, through her drunkenness, she retained a certain sense of reality. I never came here. Now, she was staring at the office walls. He only came here to read. Do you remember Chez Mademoiselle? She jumped, and her gaze hardened. What did you say, Ms. Blanche? The owner of Chez Mademoiselle. Who told you about it? It doesn't matter. I have an excellent photograph of you and Gerard toasting the champagne. It was before your wedding. She remained motionless, defensive. You've never been a secretary. You worked, among other places, in a third-rate firm in Nice. And you had to go upstairs with the clients. You're a bastard. Chief Inspector. And she drained her glass in one gulp. I am now Mrs. Sabine Levesque, the correction widow Mrs. Sabine Levesque. She was breathing raggedly. I don't suspect you of having killed your husband. Despite all your energy, you're not physically capable of it, unless an accomplice. I didn't even go out that evening. February 18th. Yes. Do you remember? You were the one who gave me that date. Who called you this morning? I don't know. Someone absolutely wanted to see you and told you it was essential. Probably a wrong number. You hung up, suspecting the line was tapped into a wiretap. But, as luck would have it, you went out this afternoon. You didn't go through the front door, but the small garden gate. By the way, which of you had the key? Me. Why? Because he never went into the garden. And in the summer, I would sometimes sit there. I hid the key in a crevice in the wall. And you used it to buy cigarettes across the street. Yes. And even to have a drink at the bar. They'll tell you, I'm the neighborhood drunk, aren't? Where did you go this afternoon? I walked. And where did you stop? I don't know. Maybe in a bar. No. She was swaying. And he finally felt sorry for her. He stood up. I'll call your maid, and she'll put you to bed. I don't want to go to bed. It seemed to frighten her. She was living a nightmare that was impossible to penetrate. I'll send it to you anyway. No, stay here. I'd even rather it was you who were here. Aren't you a bit of a doctor? Give me your hand. She placed it on her chest where her heart was beating rapidly and violently. You don't think I'm going to die? No. What's your doctor's name? I don't want to see him either. He'll have me locked up. He's a very nasty man. A friend of Gerard's. He flipped through the phone book and found the name and number of the doctor, who lived just around the corner on Rue de Lille. Hello. Dr. Bloy. This is Inspector Maigret. I'm at Madame Sabin-Leveg's. She doesn't seem well at all, and I think she needs you. Are you sure she's not putting on an act? Is that her habit? Yes. Unless she's dead drunk. That's more like it today. I'll come right away. He's going to give me another injection. She whined. He gives me one every time he comes. He's an idiot who thinks he's smarter than everyone. Don't leave me alone with him. He's a bad man. The world is full of bad people, and I'm all alone. Do you hear? All alone. She began to cry, letting the tears roll down her cheeks. Her nose was running. Don't you have a tissue? She nodded, and Maigret passed her his, like a child. Above all, Stop him from sending me to the hospital. I don't want to get any cost. It was impossible to stop her from drinking. She would grab the glass with an unexpected gesture, and the next moment it was empty.
The doorbell rang. Then Claire ushered in a very tall man, a career athlete who, Maigret would later learn, had been a rugby player. "Pleased to meet you," he said, shaking the commissioner's hand. He looked indifferently at Natalie, who didn't move and stared at him in terror. "So, like the other times come to your room?" She tried to protest, but he took her hand, holding her medical kit in the other. "Monsieur Maigret, don't let him send me." Claire followed them. The inspector didn't really know what to do and ended up sitting in one of the armchairs in the large living room the doctor had to cross. It was much shorter than he had expected. The doctor came back with the same indifference on his face. "This is at least the 100th time," he said. "Her place is in a clinic, at least for a while." Was she already like this when Sabin married her? Less serious, but she had a habit of drinking and couldn't do without it. At first, there was a story about a dog that terrified her. And to tell the truth, the dog bared its teeth at her every time she approached him or Gerard. She had the chauffeur thrown out and changed him 2 or 3 times, just like she changed maids. Do you think she's crazy? Not in the true sense of the word. Let's say neurotic. From drinking so much. The doctor changed the subject from one moment to the next. "Did you find out who killed poor Gerard? My parents already lived in the neighborhood, and we played together in the Luxembourg Gardens. We met again in high school, then as students. He was the best man on earth." They went down the stairs, continuing to chat, and stayed together on the sidewalk for a while longer. Chapter 6. Maigret walked along the quays, gazing vaguely at the Seine, pipe in mouth, hands in pockets, and he didn't seem to be in a good mood. He couldn't help but have a guilty conscience. He had been harsh, almost merciless, with Natalie, and yet he held no animosity toward her. Today especially, she was distraught, unable to play her part to the end, and suddenly she had cracked. He felt clearly that it wasn't an act, that she was at the end of her strength. He had nonetheless done his job conscientiously, and if he had displayed a certain cruelty, it was because he was convinced it was necessary. The doctor, moreover, who had known her for a long time,
had been hardly less harsh than he. Now she was sleeping soundly, under the influence of the injection. But when would she wake up? There was only one person in the vast apartment who was devoted to him, Claire Morel, his maid. And it had been like this for 15 years. The cook, Marie Jalon, who had practically raised Gérard Sabine Levesque, had always considered her an intrusion. Honoré, the butler, looked with disgust at the bottles passing by. There was a cleaning lady who came every morning, whom the inspector had only glimpsed, a certain Madame Ringuet, and Maigret suspected she too was part of the Gérard clan. The notary was one of those who retained something childlike throughout their lives, and who, because of this, was forgiven everything. Of his children, he had retained a fundamental selfishness, along with a certain candor. Before his marriage, he was already leading the life he would return to a little later. In his notary's office, he was the child prodigy who succeeded in everything. And when the mood took him, in the evening, he became Monsieur Charles. He was known in most of the cabarets around the Champs-Élysées. There was something curious about this. There was no trace of him in Saint-Germain-des-Prés or Montmartre. He only hunted, so to speak, within a specific area, the most elegant, the most snobbish. As soon as they saw him, the braided doormen would say respectfully, with a touch of familiarity, "Good evening, Monsieur Charles," and for a whole part of the night, he remained Monsieur Charles, an eternally young man, who smiled at everyone and distributed large tips. The female entertainers, for their part, watched him, wondering if it would be their turn. Sometimes he would simply drink a beer, a glass of champagne with one of them. Other times, he took her out, and the boss didn't dare protest. A happy man, a man without problems. He didn't hang out in his circle. He wasn't seen in salons. He valued the easygoing nature of professionals. And when he went to spend 2 or 5 days with one of them, he enjoyed helping her with the small household chores. He certainly wasn't looking to get married. He didn't feel the need to have a woman living in his apartment. Yet, he had married Natalie. Had she played on him? Being gentle and docile, even feminine weakness, it was likely, in her passport photo. She had the moving expression of a vulnerable little girl. She placed herself under his protection. She gave him the impression he was strong. She had married in white, like a real young woman, and upon entering the house on Boulevard Saint-Germain, she had marveled. In Cannes, too, the large 1900 villa had seemed like paradise to her, and she had begun to tolerate a dog that wasn't hers and that bared its teeth at her. What had caused the breakup? She was alone for days on end in the vast apartment. Her father-in-law and Gérard were downstairs, each in his office, and meals had a somewhat stilted quality. She didn't yet have Claire, but a maid for whom she was simply the boss's wife. Little by little, she had hardened. She had demanded, to begin with, that her husband part with the dog, and he had done so only reluctantly. In the evenings, they had nothing to say to each other. She didn't read. She simply watched television. They still slept together without any real intimacy developing between them. And one fine day, Gérard had gone out, without saying a word, to the Étoile district to play his role as Monsieur Charles. This was his true character, his childish side. He was full of brilliance. Everyone welcomed him, celebrated him. She had thought she was becoming the center of the house, and she was nothing more than a useless accessory. He would tolerate her. He didn't talk about divorce, but they were already sleeping in separate rooms, and she was moping in bed, chewing and ruminating over her resentments. The air was mild. The sun was slowly setting in the west, and Maigret walked unhurriedly twice. She bumped into a passer-by coming the other way. As a coach, she was already drinking, more or less moderately. In the solitude of the apartment, she began to drink more, to numb herself. Was Maigret mistaken? This was how he reconstructed the past. The more she drank, the more her husband distanced herself from her. Her father-in-law was dead. Gérard had additional responsibilities, and he only needed to relax more. They had endured this way for 15 years, one after the other, and that was what astounded Maigret. For 15 years, they had passed each other without saying a word in these rooms where no one really lived. She was finally no longer able to bear sitting across from him at the table. She had become a stranger, and she had been lucky enough to find Claire, who had become her only ally. Why didn't she leave? Why did she endure this stifling existence? She went to the movies in the afternoons. At least, that's what she claimed. From time to time, she'd be chauffeured to a bar in the Champs-Élysées district where she'd drink, alone, perched on a high stool. The bartenders refilled her glass as soon as it was empty. She didn't speak to anyone. No one spoke to her. To others, she was the woman who drinks. Had she finally met a man who had taken care of her, who had made her realize her importance so far? The investigation hadn't allowed us to guess. Vito claimed she always left this or that bar alone, a little unsteady. Now she was a widow. The house, the study, the fortune belonged to her. But wasn't it too late? She drank more than ever. Someone frightened her. She seemed to be running away from reality, from life. Where had she gone when she left through the small garden gate, and who had called her in the morning? It was difficult, with her, to discern the truth from the lies. She was a skilled actress who, in a few minutes, had transformed herself into a woman of the world to face the journalists and photographers. Maigret crossed a party on the Pont Neuf and stopped at the Brasserie Dauphine. A pastis, like the other day. No, a cognac. It was a challenge. He was doing the same as her. He was drinking cognac, and the first sip burned his throat. However, he took a second before heading to the P.J. A file was waiting for him on his desk, the same one he had studied with his colleague from the socialite brigade. He took it and took it inspector's office. There were about 20 of them in the room at that moment. I need 10 of you, those who look the least like police officers. There were smiles, a few tight-lipped. Here's a list of all the cabarets and nightclubs in Paris. You can leave out Saint-Germain-des-Prés and Montmartre. Only worry about the 8th arrondissement and the surrounding area. He gave Lucas the list, along with a dozen photographs of Cain. You don't need to hide your profession, but you should still avoid being too conspicuous. We'll give each of you a photograph and a certain number of addresses. You'll go there around midnight. You'll question the bartender, possibly the owner, the maitre d', and the hostesses. Note the date, February 18th. Also note Mr. Charles's name. I forgot. There are also the flower sellers who go from one club to another. I know it would be a miracle, but I'd like to know if anyone saw Mr. Charles on February 18th. He passed the file to Lucas and went back into his office, still looking preoccupied. It may have been a shot in the dark, but sometimes people remember a date because of an anniversary, a fortuitous incident. Lapointe had followed him. Will you allow me, boss? I'd like to tell you about a phone call that I'll take in your absence in your place. It was from the municipality. Puteaux informed them that a police officer, intrigued to see a black DS car near a vacant lot for several days, had filed a report. It appears there are bloodstains on the seat next to the driver's, or rather, on the backrest. Who owns the car to a certain Dennery, a highway inspector who lives on Rue La Boétie. When was the car stolen from him? That's precisely the interesting point. February 18th. He reported the theft to his police station. No one thought of this deserted corner of Puteaux's. Were the plates changed? Not even. That's what allowed us to find the owner right away. Where is the car? I asked the Puteaux police commissioner to leave it in place under the supervision of an officer. Finally, a physical clue. Still very small, certainly, but one that could possibly lead somewhere. Get me Dr. Grenier. I hope he's not busy with an autopsy. Grenier, here. Maigret, I need you. Now, as quickly as possible. A new body. No, but the car that transported a body. Presumably, where should I go? Here. I don't know exactly where it is. We'll go through the Puteaux police station, which is in the know. Okay, give me 15 minutes. He then calls mowers at the Criminal Identification Department. I need your specialists who dealt with the notary. They're here. Where should they go? To the Puteaux police station, where we'll tell them where the car is. Maigret was somewhat forgetting the painful afternoon he'd just experienced. He picked up Dr. Grenier, and Lapointe took the wheel and drove them to Puteaux, which, at that hour, was no small feat. It's rare to see you around here, Principal. I'd like one of your men to take us to the car that was just found. Easy. He gave instructions to a police sergeant who squeezed into the small car with some difficulty. It's just a stone's throw away, in front of a demolition site. They're knocking down an old shack to build a council house in its place. The car was covered in dust. The tires and headlights had been stolen. An officer was pacing back and forth, and a man in his 5th year rushed toward Maigret. "Do you see the state they left it in? Are you the owner?" "Georges Simenon, civil engineer." "Where was the car stolen?" "Across the street from my house. My wife and I were having dinner, and we were about to take the car to a cinema in the Latin Quarter. It had disappeared. I ran to the police station. Who will pay for the new tires, the headlights, and the restoration?" "You can contact the appropriate department." "And which department is appropriate?" A little annoyed, Maigret admitted, "I don't know." The interior was lined with a gray cloth that had absorbed the blood, and the medical examiner took small vials from his kit and began a complicated task. The men from the Criminal Investigation Department were looking for fingerprints on the steering wheel, the brake and gear shift handles, and the doors. "Have you found any?" "There are some nice prints on the steering wheel. The others are less clear. Someone smoked gitans, because the ashtray is full of cigarette butts." "And on the dead man's side?" "Nothing. Blood on the seat back," the doctor intervened, "and some brain fragments. He said, these are exactly the traces the man I autopsied would have left behind." They worked for another hour, meticulously. A group of onlookers had formed, and 2 police officers from Puteaux kept them at a distance. The car was halfway into the construction site, which appeared temporarily abandoned. Mr. Dennery went nervously from one to the other, only concerned with who would pay for the repairs. "Aren't you insured against theft?" "Yes, but the companies never pay the full amount. And I don't want to be out of pocket. If the streets of Paris were better patrolled, this wouldn't happen. You kept the keys in the car. I couldn't have imagined anyone would use it. All the upholstery needs to be redone. I even wonder if my wife will agree to get into a car that has transported a body." The Criminal Investigation Department had collected a few woolen threads that looked like they belonged to a tweed jacket. "I'll let you continue. My children, make sure I have a first report, even if it's incomplete." by tomorrow morning. We'll try, boss. As far as I'm concerned, said the doctor, it'll be done quickly. A simple blood test. I'll call you at home this evening. Lapointe dropped the commissioner off in front of his house. Madame Maigret came to greet her husband at the door and looked at him, frowning. Not too tired. Very tired. Is your investigation progressing? Perhaps. He was more grumpy than ever and looked like he didn't know what he was eating. After dinner, he sank back into his armchair, filled a pipe, and watched television. He was thinking about Natalie. Maigret was dozing in his armchair when the telephone's ringing viciously shattered the silence in which he was buried. There was only one lamp on. The television had been turned off. 3 steps away, Madame Maigret was sewing, sitting on a chair. She never sat down in an armchair, claiming she felt like a prisoner in it. He walked over to the receiver with heavy steps. Commissioner Maigret, it's me. Yes. He must have sounded thick, because the person on the other end asked, Do I wake you? No. Who's speaking? Dr. Bloy. I'm on Boulevard Saint-Germain, where Madame Sabine Lévesque just attempted suicide. Is she in serious condition? No. I thought you'd like to see her before I give her a stronger injection. I'll be right there. Thanks for calling. His wife was already handing him his jacket and was about to unhook his overcoat. I suppose you'll be long. Call me a taxi. While she was on the phone, he filled a pipe and poured himself a small glass of sloe vera. He was troubled. Madame Maigret could see that. He certainly lacked information about what had happened, but he was taking some responsibility for it. The taxi will be here in a moment. He kissed his wife. She walked him to the door and opened it for him. Leaning over the banister, she watched him get out, and he gave her a small wave. 2 minutes later, a taxi pulled up in front of the house. He was about to give the address where he wanted to go when the driver mischievously said, Quai des Orfèvres. No, not this time. Boulevard Saint-Germain, 207 bis. From one of the luminous clocks, he saw that it was 10:20. So, without realizing it, he had slept for almost 2 hours. The taxi paid. He rang the doorbell. and the former policeman came to open the door. I don't know what happened, but the doctor is upstairs. He just called me. Maigret was climbing the stairs 2 steps at a time, and Claire Morel opened the door for him. Dr. Bloy was waiting for him in Georges Simenon's small office. Is she in bed? Yes. Is her condition worrying? No. By chance? The chambermaid once worked for a doctor and immediately applied a tourniquet above her wrist before even calling me. I thought the injection was supposed to knock her out until tomorrow morning, if not later. That's what should have happened. I don't understand how she was able to wake up, get up, move around the apartment, the chambermaid, so as not to leave her alone, made a bed in the boudoir. When she woke with a start, she saw her mistress passing by like a ghost. These are her own words, or even like a sleepwalker. She crossed the large living room, the dining room. She entered her husband's apartment. What are you doing? Madam, you absolutely must go to bed. You know what the doctor said. Her mouth was twisted into a smile that was a sort of grimace. You're a brave girl, Claire. The doctor added, don't forget that at that moment the lamps weren't lit, except in the boudoir. The scene must have been impressive, but the young girl, not lost. Her composure. Give me a drink. I don't think I should. In that case, I'll get the bottle. Claire preferred to pour it. She put her mistress to bed, then called me. I was on the bridge with some friends. I'm injured. The wound is deep, and I had to put in 3 staples. She didn't say anything to me. She stared at me, her face expressionless, except for indifference. Does she know you called me? Maigret asked. No, I called from this office. I thought you might like to speak to her before I put her into a deeper sleep. That woman has extraordinary resilience. I'm going to see her. Maigret crossed the apartment again, entered the boudoir, where the cot still bore the mark of a body. Do you see what you've done? Claire asked him, not angrily, but in a sad voice. What is she like? She's motionless, her eyes fixed on the ceiling, and she doesn't answer me when I speak to her. I only ask you to be human with her. Maigret felt awkward as he entered the bedroom. Natalie was covered up to her chin, and her bandaged arm lay on the sheet. I suspected you'd be called. Her voice was weak. I really wanted to die. It's the only solution. isn't it? Why? Precisely because I no longer have a reason to live. The sentence struck the commissioner because it didn't seem to reflect reality. There was no love, not even a semblance of friendship between her and her husband. So he had never been her reason for living. I know you were just doing your job, but you were cruel. You have nothing to say to me. She didn't answer right away. Pass me the bottle. Once the doctor gives me the injection, it'll be too late. He hesitates, takes the bottle from the dresser. No glass. My hand is shaking too much and I'll spill it. She reached for the neck, and it was a sad sight in this room where everything was luxurious and refined.
She almost dropped the bottle on the bedside rug, and the inspector caught it. What are you going to do with me? Was she in full possession of her faculties? Her words, spoken in a confident, husky voice, could be interpreted in different ways. What do you expect? Nothing. I have nothing more to expect. I don't want to be alone in this big house anymore. It's yours now. Her mouth twisted once more. Yes. It's mine. It's all mine. There was a painful irony in these words. If someone had predicted this to me when I was a little entertainer, wouldn't they? Maigret remained silent and didn't think to take his pipe out of his pocket. I'm Mrs. Sabin Levesque. She wanted to laugh, but only managed a sort of sob. You can leave me now. I promise not to try to destroy me again. Go find your wife. Because you're not alone. She turned her head slightly to look at him. You've chosen a dirty job, but it's probably not your fault. Have a good night. Don't be afraid. This time, Dr. Bloy is going to push things too hard, and God knows when I'll wake up. Good evening, madam. Maigret tiptoed out, a bit like leaving a mortuary. Claire was waiting for him in the boudoir. Did she speak to you? Yes. Did she confide in you? No. Is the doctor still in the office? I think so. Maigret joined him. Your turn. I'll wait for you here. Maigret filled his pipe and sank into the armchair. A few moments later, Claire entered the room. She seemed less hateful toward the commissioner. Why are you being so hard on her? Because I'm convinced she knows who killed her husband. Do you have proof?
I don't have proof. No. If I would have stopped him already. The curious girl didn't protest. She's an unhappy woman. I'm not unaware of that. Everyone in the house, except me, hates her. I'm not unaware of that either. It's like she stole someone's job when Mr. Gerard married her. Have you ever accompanied him on his outings? No. Do you know where she's breastfeeding? To the movies. Have you found any movie tickets in her bag or pockets? It was obvious she'd never asked herself that question. No. She finally replied after some thought. She spent a lot of money. Mr. Gerard gave her everything she wanted. She would tell me to prepare this or that handbag and put a certain amount in it. How much? For example, sometimes a few hundred francs, sometimes 2,000 or 3,000. She bit her lip. I shouldn't have told you that. Why, you know better than I do. She hardly bought anything in stores. She had the suppliers brought in sisters here. It's only at the hairdresser's that she breastfeeds in person. The doctor entered the office and addressed the chambermaid. This time, I think you can sleep soundly. I gave her the dose used in sleep cures. Don't worry about not seeing her wake up tomorrow morning. I'll come by a little before noon. Thank you, doctor. She moved away, and the doctor sat down, crossed his legs. Did she tell you anything interesting? In the state she was in? Sometimes you talk more than you'd like. She asked me, among other things, what I planned to do with her. She just asked me the same question. I think she knows a lot about her husband's death. In any case, she's fiercely hiding something. That's what's putting her in the state she's in. I'm surprised she didn't have a hysterical fit. She asked me for a drink and insisted so much that I gave her the bottle. You did the right thing. At this point, medically, what's going to happen to her? She's going to lose more and more control of herself. You mean she's going to go crazy? I'm not a psychiatrist. In a day or two, I'd like a psychiatrist to examine her. In any case, if she keeps drinking like she is, she won't be long. She can't stay here where I don't have the necessary facilities to treat her. She needs to go to a clinic, not necessarily a psychiatric clinic. We'll arrange to wean her off the alcohol and give her the rest she needs." He sighed. "I don't like dealing with these kinds of patients. By the way, do you know when the funeral is?" I didn't dare tell her about it. "Do you think she'll want a funeral chapel?" "It'll probably be the first clerk who will take care of it. She's not in a fit state to do it. The less disruption there is to the house, the better for her. I don't see a catafalque in the entrance hall or the main living room." They both got up and said good night on the sidewalk. Maigret went home to bed. He slept badly, had nightmares. When his wife woke him with his cup of coffee, he felt stiff, as if he'd been exerting himself physically. "Lapointe," he asked into the phone. "Hasn't he arrived yet?" "He's just coming in. Pass him to me." "Lucas." "I'm listening, boss," came Lapointe's voice. "Come and get me at my place. Make sure there's nothing new first." He bathed, shaved, dressed, and swallowed 2 aspirin because he had a bad headache. He barely touched his breakfast. "I'm glad this matter is over," murmured Madame Maigret. "You're taking it so seriously that you'll end up making yourself sick." He looked at her sullenly and tried to smile. "The newspapers hardly mention it anymore. Why?" "Because there's nothing to say at the moment." He found Lapointe at the wheel of the small car and slid in next to him. "Nothing on my desk. A report from the experts. The wool threads found in the car matched the fabric of the dead man's jacket. The men I sent to the cabarets, in almost all of them, Mr. Charles was known and considered a classy guy. The 18th. No bartender, no maitre d', no entertainer remembers that particular evening. Jamin may have discovered something. An old flower seller who frequents the local nightclubs. For her, February 18th has significance because it's her daughter's birth date. She claims that Mr. Charles, who always bought her flowers, was at the Cric-Crac on Rue Clément Marot that night. Did she say anything else? He was with Zoe, to whom he gave red carnations. On a son's address, Jamin wrote it down. She wants to come and see you because she met you once when you were working the streets. They had reached the carriage entrance that Maigret was beginning to know. Shall I wait for you? No. Come with me. He greeted the concierge as he passed and entered the anteroom to the offices. The receptionist let him go and, crossing the notary's office, he entered L'écureur's. L'écureur stopped dictating, signaled his secretary to leave, and stood up to shake Maigret's hand.
It seems she tried to commit suicide, and the doctor came last night. Nothing serious. She's asleep. Why do you think she did that? If I knew, the investigation would be over quickly. How did you arrange things from a notarial point of view? The will be open this afternoon at 3 o'clock. I know roughly the contents since I signed it as a witness. Mrs. Sabin-Levesque inherits the fortune, the villa in Cannes, and the profits from the firm. The Chamber of Notaries will rule on my case. The boss has indeed expressed his wish that I succeed. There is a urgent matter to be resolved, the burial. I'd like to point out that the family owns a burial vault in the Montparnasse Cemetery. That's a point settled. I suppose we can't decently go and load the coffin at the Forensic Institute and take it to the cemetery. Mrs. Sabin-Levesque isn't in a fit state to handle it. I don't see a funeral chapel in the upstairs apartment either.
Why not the office? That's what I thought. Would you like to take the necessary steps? I'll call a funeral home right away. As for the announcements, I think it's necessary to send them to all the clients. I think so too. Not to mention a death notice in the newspapers. By the way, haven't you been bombarded by journalists? A good 10 of them came, asking indiscreet questions, and I threw them out. 2 of them even asked me how much the notary's fortune was. Keep me informed about the funeral, but don't disturb Madame Sabin-Levesque. She won't be going to church, I don't think so. That will depend on the doctor while he was in the house. Maigret went upstairs, still followed by Lapointe. It was Claire who opened the door. I had some business downstairs, and I wanted to know if everything was all right. She's asleep. Have you received any phone calls? No.
Only from a journalist who asked for an appointment and was very angry when I told him it was impossible. She was tired. It was a bit of a journey. She must not have slept much. Take me to Rue Clément Marot, just to get a sense of it. At night, it was almost deserted. The door to the cabaret was ajar. 2 cleaning ladies were sweeping the floor, covered in streamers and confetti. The walls were hung with a colorful fabric. What do you want? If it's Mr. Felix you're looking for, he's not here. Who is Mr. Felix? The bartender.
A man enters, confidently. Hey, the commissioner. We had one of your inspectors last night. What do you think of Louisa? She's a former streetwalker who's practically never left the neighborhood. With age, she's had to change jobs. Now she sells flowers in night spots. Can we trust her? In what way? Doesn't she have much imagination? Can we believe what she says? Certainly. She also knows how to keep a secret. Most of these young ladies have them. And she knows them all. Thank you. Why are you interested in her? Because she claims to have seen Mr. Charles here with a female entertainer on the night of February 18th. How does she remember the date? It seems to be her daughter's date of birth. Then it must be true. It wasn't very far to reach the docks, and a ramp led to the river port. Chapter 7. Maigret had lunch again with Lapointe at Place Dauphine, and during the meal, he didn't utter 3 sentences. He wasn't exactly gloomy, but there was a heaviness about him that Lapointe knew well. You could feel him talking to himself, full of his thoughts. When they arrived at Quai des Orfèvres, an old woman was sitting in the glass waiting room, and he didn't recognize her at first. She recognized him and smiled at him through the glass. It was old Louisa, as she was now called. He had known her young and sprightly, one of the most beautiful girls to walk the streets of the Champs-Élysées. He showed her into his office and took off his overcoat and hat. It's been a while, I see, Inspector. You were quite young then, and once you took me on, I thought you were going to take advantage of it. Sit down, Louisa. You've come a long way, I see, mind you. I'm not doing too badly. And my daughter, who was raised in the countryside, is now the wife of a Crédit Lyonnais bank teller. She has 3 children, so I am a grandmother 3 times over. It's because of her birthday, that I remembered February 18th so well. First, there was a black car with a man inside about 100 meters from the crick-crack. Then, inside, I saw Mr. Charles sitting at a table with Zoe, a very nice little girl. When I got out, the car was still there, and there was still, behind the wheel, a man smoking a cigarette. It made a small point of light in the darkness. Can't you describe it? It was too dark. I continued my rounds. I'm used to it, and I know my customers. I came back around 3 o'clock. The car was gone. Neither was Mr. Charles, and Zoe was in the company of a big, devilish American. Don't you know anything else if I came? It's mainly because I wanted to see you again. Men are lucky. They don't age as quickly as we. The phone rang, and Maigret answered. It's me. Yes, what? A dead man. Rue Jean Goujon. Shot 5 times in the chest. I'll be right there. Notify the prosecutor and Judge Coinday, and to the old flower seller. Thank you for being here. I have to go. No offense. I saw you. That's enough for me. And before leaving, she offered him a timid hand, la pointe, on our way to the new, on Rue Jean Goujon, less than 200 meters from the Seine. 2 police officers stood guard and respectfully saluted Maigret. It's on the top floor. They took the elevator. The door to one of the apartments was ajar, and Maigret shook hands with a police officer who must have been a newcomer because he didn't know him. It was the concierge who alerted us. She'd gone upstairs to clean. As usual, when she noticed the tenant wasn't responding, she used her master key and discovered the body. A tall, fairly young man, about 30 years old, was lying on the carpet, and a doctor was leaning over him. It wasn't an apartment, strictly speaking. The entire partition wall facing the street was glass, as was part of the ceiling, like in artists' studios. Do you know his identity? Joe Fazio. He came from Marseille 4 or 5 years ago. He started out as a pimp before finding a job as a bartender in a rather shady little club, Le Pareo. He left it about 2 years ago, and since then, we don't know his means of support. The doctor straightened up and shook Maigret's hand. That's curious. He was shot at point-blank range. I'd even say point-blank, by a small-caliber weapon. As far as I can tell, 2 bullets pierced his left lung, and another lodged in his heart. The dead man's face expressed astonishment. As far as we could tell, he had been a handsome man. He was wearing an elegant gabardine suit, an almost luminous brown. Haven't they found the weapon? No. The people from the Criminal Investigation Department are arriving with their bulky cameras. Then it was the turn of an elderly deputy prosecutor who didn't like the commissioner but shook his hand anyway. Judge Conde, for his part, was surprised. How come you asked for me to be appointed? Do you think this crime has anything to do with the notary case? It's a possibility. I was kind of expecting it. Natalie's exit yesterday, through the little garden door, had a butt. He turned to Lapointe. Are you coming? There were too many people. He'd be back when the experts and the magistrates had left. He entered the concierge's lodge with the inspector. She was a petite, dark-haired, energetic woman.
Has that Fazio lived up there for a long time? 2 years. He was a good, peaceful tenant who paid his rent regularly. Since he was alone, he asked me to clean his house, and I came up every day at noon. Was he at home when you went most of the time? No, because he ate at the restaurant. I didn't always see him leave. I'm very busy. Tenants come and go without me noticing. Did he have a lot of guests? No. Only one lady. And she said that word respectfully. Every day, almost every day. What time? Around 3 in the afternoon. Did he come home with her? No. He was up there first. Describe her to me. She was a real lady. You could see that right away in winter. She wore fur coats, and she had at least 3. In the summer, she was most often in suits, and those were from the finest designers. I know a bit about that. Her face, it's hard to say. A ginger cat was rubbing itself against Maigret's legs. Young, neither young nor. She could have been pretty. She was certainly old. I'd say in her 40s. But her face was very worn. What do you mean by worn? She almost always had dark circles under her eyes, drawn features, and her mouth had a strange pout. Did she speak to you? No. She went straight upstairs. Did she stay long? She left around 5 or 5:30. By car, no. I noticed she came by taxi, but she got out at the corner of the street so no one would know where she was going. Maigret took the con's photo from his pocket and handed it to the concierge, who went to get her glasses from the next room. Do you recognize her? I'm not sure. This one is very young and doesn't have the same mouth. Yeah, her whole face is the same. The inspector then handed him the small passport photo, and this one, it's already better, with a 20-year difference between the two. You still recognize her? I think I recognize her. The police commissioner was passing in front of the lodge.
Maigret ran after him. Was the doctor able to extract the bullets? That's the medical examiner's business. Who hasn't arrived yet? I think we found one that was caught in a rib. Do you want to go get it? Lapointe. After thanking the police commissioner, he returned to the concierge. Does your tenant work? I don't think so. Except for meals. He didn't have regular hours. Did he come home late in the evening? I suppose I have to tell you everything. It's better for you, because you'll be called as a witness, apart from the 3 o'clock lady, as I called her. He had a much younger and prettier girlfriend. She usually came over, alone or with him, around 2 or 3 in the morning, and she would spend the rest of the night up there. Once I heard him call her Geraldine. Maigret was impenetrable. It was as if he wasn't thinking about anything. You don't know where she lives. No. She must work in the neighborhood, because they would always walk home. Lapointe had come back down with the ball. Maigret thanked the concierge and left the lodge. Where are we going now? Gastine Renette's. It was the gunsmith who usually served as an expert for the PGK. The employee who was in the store went to get his boss. Here, Maigret. They had known each other for over 20 years. The commissioner handed him the ball. Can you tell me offhand what kind of weapon it was fired from Gastine Renette with her glasses? Like the concierge, you know. This isn't what you'd call an expert appraisal. It'll take me longer than that. It's obviously a small caliber, like a 635. Browning they make in Belgium. There are models with a mother-of-pearl cross. I sold one that was inlaid with gold to a customer. Is it dangerous? Not at a distance. After 3 meters, the shot lacks accuracy. The doctor assumes the shots were fired at close range. In that case, obviously, how many shots? 3 or 4. 1 to the heart, and 2 others that went through the right lung. We really wanted him dead. Who is the victim? A certain Joe Fazio, a former bartender turned gigolo. Good to see you again. Shall I keep the bullet? I'll tell the medical examiner to send you the others. Thank you, and good hunting. Maigret didn't laugh at this joke and gave a forced smile. Chapter 8. On the ground floor, the undertakers were transforming the notary's office into a chapel of rest, hanging black cloth over the walls. In a corner, The coffin had been placed as if they didn't know what to do with it. Is the body inside? Of course. Jean Lecoureur came out of his office. The funeral is tomorrow at 11 o'clock, he announced. The church is almost across the street. The invitations have been sent. Do you think Mrs. Sabin Levesque will attend the service? I'm sure not. That's probably for the best. How is she? I haven't heard anything about what's happening upstairs. Dr. Bloy must have come to see her late this morning. I'm going up right now. On the stairs, he spoke to Lapointe. Be sure to take note of everything that's going to be said. Yes, boss. It was the valet who opened the door for them. Where's Claire? In the boudoir, I think. She came to meet them. By the way, is she asleep? Asked Maigret. No, since the doctor left. She's been sitting on the edge of her bed, in her nightgown, and she didn't tell me what she said. She wouldn't take her bath, and she stopped me from doing her hair. What did the doctor tell you? Pretty much nothing. Just surveillance. Has she eaten? No. She only answers me with nods. And you? Have you had lunch? I didn't have the courage. I feel like I'm watching someone die. What's going to happen? Inspector, heard the coffin is downstairs. That's right. Before going to see her, I'd prefer, if you can, if you could give her a dressing gown, I'll try. Claire was no longer hostile to him. She seemed distraught. The two men stood in the living room where they waited for a long time. After about 15 minutes, the chambermaid came to get them. She's in the boudoir. I had to give her her bottle. Maigret entered the first floor. Natalie was slumped in her usual armchair, holding the bottle of cognac in her hand. Her gaze was firm, her face almost calm. However, will you allow me? She didn't pretend to have heard, and Maigret sat down opposite her. She caressed the bottle as if it were her most precious possession. I come from Rue Jean Goujon, he said in a soft voice, as if not to startle her. She finally uncovered her mouth and uttered only one word. Indifferent already, after she drank from the bottle, as the inspector had seen her do before. A little blood rose to her pale cheeks, and the twitch in her mouth returned. I suppose it doesn't matter any more, does it? You were afraid that if he was arrested, he'd denounce you as an accomplice, weren't you? She shook her head in denial. No, it's worse. If he brought me to his house yesterday, it was to demand a very large sum of money, promising that afterward he would leave me alone and return to Marseille. Do you love him? She said nothing, and her gaze expressed profound despair. Why, if you love him, did you bring a weapon with you? It sounds like a discourager. I never had any illusions about him. He was my last chance. Don't you understand anything? She tried to light a cigarette, but couldn't because her hand was trembling. Maigret leaned over and held out a lit match. She didn't say thank you. You've always been proud, haven't you? She corrected her in a hollow voice. I'm proud, or rather, I was. Now. She didn't finish her sentence. You were humiliated to work in a cabaret, and you would have been even more so behind the counter of a department store. She listened to her. The moment someone talked about her, she began to take an interest. Sabin Levesque fell in love with you. It didn't take you long to discover who Monsieur Charles was. She didn't argue, always tense. You hoped for a luxurious and glittering life. Cocktails, receptions, dinners. I soon discovered he was the most selfish man I'd ever met, because he didn't give you first place. She seemed surprised, and Maigret continued. He was everything, and you were nothing in the house. His gaze had become merciless again. Everyone hated me, except Claire. Why didn't you file for divorce? She looked around, as if that gaze encompassed the entire apartment, the entire house, the entire Sabin Levesque fortune, because you were greedy. You didn't care that he disappeared from time to time to go and see pretty girls. You were Mrs. Sabin Levesque, and you intended to stay that way no matter what. But it had become an automatic gesture. You resorted to cognac. I suppose you've had lovers too. Flirts. Men I met in bars. Now that she'd cracked, She no longer thought about defending herself. It was even as if she felt a kind of pleasure in exposing herself. Hotel rooms. Some misunderstood and wanted to give me money. Her mouth twisted. 2 years ago, you met Joe Fazio. It was different.
I love him, but he was a bartender. I rented him a studio and kept him. It was another challenge she cynically threw down. At this point, I couldn't even hope that he would love me for me. He was pretending, and I was pretending to believe him. Who suggested killing your husband? I think we've both thought about it. Fazio spotted the clubs the so-called Mr. Charles frequented. He followed him several times, waiting for the right circumstances. She shrugged. It was so obvious. One night, when your husband left the crick-crack, Joe Fazio took advantage of the deserted sidewalk and knocked him unconscious. He pushed him into a stolen car and transported him to the banks of the Seine. He then abandoned the car at a construction site in Puteaux. I didn't worry about those details. Did he call you afterward to tell you it was over? Yes. What kind of life would you have led with your ex-bartender? I didn't think about that. Admit it. It wasn't out of love for your lover that you made him kill your husband. I don't remember. You had to stay Mrs. Sabin-Levesque. You'll be the real mistress of the house from now on. You're misjudging me, aren't you? Yes. At the same time, I can't help feeling sorry for you, because you're both tough and fragile. Fragile, she sneered, and Maigret repeated fragile. Yes, I suppose you're taking me. It's my duty. Go get dressed. You'll keep an eye on her. Lapointe, because I don't want her to go out the back door again. Maigret slowly filled his pipe, lit it, and began to pace. He waited almost half an hour. When she returned, she was accompanied by Claire, who was carrying a pigskin suitcase. Before heading for the stairs, Natalie took another sip that seemed to go on forever. They won't give me any there, I suppose. She would be condemned. That was certain. But given her state of disrepair, they would probably take her to the infirmary. The notary's door was open. The upholsterers had finished installing theirs. She took 2 steps forward and looked at the coffin. Her face showed no emotion. Is he in it?
Yes, he's being buried tomorrow. For me, it's today. They put the suitcase in the trunk, and the commissioner sat down next to his prisoner. She looked at the quays, the bridges, the passers-by, the buses, and the cars as if they all belonged to a distant past. Arriving at the courthouse, Lapointe carried the suitcase, which was too heavy for her. Maigret knocked on Judge Coinday's door. "It's yours, eh?" he said in a garbled voice. He was looking at her, but he had already ceased to exist for her. She sat down opposite the magistrate before she was invited, and she appeared very comfortable. Chapter 9. Darkness in the Soul. Maigret sat in his office. The yellow light illuminating the papers and the photograph of Georges Sabine Levesque. The investigation seemed to have reached a dead end, but new clues had just emerged that changed the situation. He decided to focus more deeply on the psychology of Natalie, his wife, with her complicated past and alcoholism. His encounters with her revealed a woman full of contradictions, loving her husband but also hating him, afraid but seeking the truth. At the same time, Maigret and Janvier secretly monitored the activities of those who have been in contact with Gerard, from the upper class to the criminal underground, through luxury bars and dark dens. The darkness in Gerard's soul, the complexity of Natalie, and the tangled relationships in society create a mysterious maze that Maigret must carefully walk through. Paris is still bustling outside, but inside Maigret, the ghosts of past and present are intertwined, testing his patience and sharpness more than ever. Chapter 10. Footsteps in the Night. Maigret tracks the suspect's every move in the shadows of Paris. Secret meetings, secret phone calls, and strange clues gradually reveal a complex picture of the relationship between Gerard, Natalie, and the underworld. He observes Line, Gerard's wife, who appears fragile on the outside but hides strength and secrets. Every time Maigret meets her, he senses the deep inner turmoil she tries to hide. Unexpected events, threats, surveillance, and even silent warnings make Maigret realize that he is facing not just a simple disappearance, but a sophisticated, dangerous conspiracy. In addition, supporting characters such as the lawyer and the maid gradually appear with complicated relationships, adding to the complexity of the case. Paris at night, with its flashing lights and echoing traffic, is a playground for ghosts. And Maigret, the truth hunter, is preparing for his decisive move. Chapter 11. Confrontation in the dark. In a small room, hidden under dim lights, Maigret confronts an important figure involved in the case, a man who was once a close friend of Georges Simenon and has many unspeakable secrets. The conversation was tense, every word carefully considered, like psychological blows to reveal hidden truths. The conflicts between loyalty and greed, between friendship and betrayal, are exposed in the light of justice. Maigret realized that to get to the bottom of the truth, he needed not only sharpness of thought, but also an understanding of people's deepest motives. Outside, Paris was still bustling, but in Maigret's mind, everything was gradually being arranged to create the most important turning point. Chapter 12. The Turning Point. The interrogation lasted for a long time under dim lights. Each testimony revealed dark secrets in the life of Georges Simenon and those around him. Maigret felt the complexity of the case was far beyond what he had imagined. An unexpected detail emerges: an old letter found in Georges' office, containing threats and signs of a vast conspiracy. Maigret and Janvier rushed to expand their investigation, facing dangerous underground forces that are trying to silence the truth. As the pressure mounts, new enemies emerge and relentlessly pursue Maigret's every move. Paris at night becomes an arena where light and darkness fight. And Maigret, the truth hunter, must choose between life and death in his quest for justice. Chapter 13. Duel Night. As night fell, the bright yellow lights of Paris shimmered, but could not hide the darkness that lurked in the narrow streets. Maigret and Janvier crept into an apartment suspected of being the hiding place of those involved in the case. The air was tense, each footstep echoing in the silence. Maigret knew this could be the decisive confrontation where the truth would be revealed, or he himself would face danger. The raid was quick but dramatic, with noises, flashes, and screams echoing through the night. Maigret and Janvier arrest several suspects and collect important documents. The missing pieces of the case. Paris is still sleeping at night. But for Maigret, this is just another night in his relentless journey to find the light of justice in the darkness. Chapter 14. Confessions. In the damp interrogation room, Maigret faced his captives, his eyes patient and sharp. He knew that to extract the truth, he had to awaken the truth in their souls. Each statement, each confession uttered peels away the false mask, revealing the complex web of conspiracies and the intricate relationships intertwined between the characters. Maigret not only seeks the truth on the surface, but also wants to touch the souls of the people behind the cover-up, to understand the motives and true nature of the case. As the final pieces of the puzzle are assembled, Maigret feels peace returning, but also knows that the light of truth always comes with the darkness of hurt and loss. Paris remains silent under the cover of night, but in Maigret's heart, a new chapter of the journey is beginning. Chapter 15. The Final Curtain. Maigret stood by the window, looking out at the streets of Paris, slowly waking up in the gentle light of dawn. The investigation was over, but the echoes and lessons about humanity remained intact in his heart. The truth has been revealed. The perpetrators have paid the price. But Maigret understands that justice is not only about punishment, but also about forgiveness and healing. He thought about Georges and Natalie, two people whose lives, with all their struggles and contradictions, contributed to this emotional and complex story. Paris, with its intertwining lights and shadows, is still the place where he will continue his journey in search of truth and justice. No matter how long and thorny the path, Maigret lifted his hat and stepped outside, ready for new stories and challenges that awaited. Conclusion. The investigation into the mysterious disappearance and death of Georges Simenon reveals many complex layers of humanity and society. Through each clue, Maigret not only searches for the truth, but also delves into the souls of people caught in a vortex of pain, conflict, and betrayal. Paris, with its mystery and multidimensionality, continues to live and tell its own stories. Maigret, with his patience, kindness, and never-ending spirit, will always be the hunter of truth, shining the light of justice in the darkness. And that journey, the journey of truth, will continue with new stories, new secrets waiting to be discovered.